We will hear more about this by our first speaker. I would like to thank
Live from Maribor, Slovenia and the World Wide Web, this is A Letter to the Future toward Radical and Creative Ecologies Conference, part of the ECO8 International Triennial of Art and Environment. With speakers TJ Demos, Maja and Reuben Fowkes, Elke Krasny, Andri Snær Magnason, Luka Omladič, Lucia Pietroiusti, and Marjetica Potrč. Emerging from the ECO8 concept, the conference addresses environmental and climate emergencies, as well as the potential of art to critically and creatively address and engage with them at the local and global level. In our search for radical and creative ecologies, we focus on contemporary artistic and curatorial strategies, looking at recent examples and exploring the intersection of art, political ecology, environmental advocacy and activism, social and environmental justice, politics, and theory of care, degrowth, and postcolonial globalization. To situate the conference, here is Urška Jurman of Igor Zabil Association.
Yes, hello also in the name of Igor Zabil Association for Culture and Theory from Ljubljana, based in Ljubljana, Slovenia. We organized this conference in collaboration with Maribor Art Gallery, UGM, which opened yesterday the 8th edition of ECO Triennial of Art and Environment here in Maribor. I'm really happy for the trust that the UGM team and the artistic director of ECO8 gave us by taking us on board, and by this also to be part of reviving this event, ECO Triennial, by 15 years of being inactive. This art manifestation was established back in socialist Yugoslavia in 1980. The main title of the 8th edition of ECO Triennial and also of our conference is A Letter to the Future. It is a reference to the memorial plaque which marks the disappearance of Oak Glacier in Iceland, and soon we will hear more about this by our first speaker. I would really like to thank to our speakers, our guests, to be part of this reflection today, and also, of course, to UGM team, our partners, Alessandro Vincentelli, Igor Zabil Association team, as well as to our main supporter, Erste Foundation. So I invite you to stay with us until the end. We finish around 9 o'clock. p.m. We have an hour break between 6 and 7, but more about the program, Dražen will tell you soon. So please, Dražen, take it away.
Thank you, Urška. Yes, there will be a PP break, no worries. It may be a long one from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., but there will be a break for the little men's or little girls' room or little women's room or the post-gender room. But for panel 1, this is what's on the table. Let me just log in. So we have Andri Snær Magnason, A Letter to the Future, followed by Marjetica Potrč, From Water to Nature, The Rights of Nature in Slovenia. And rounding us off, rounding panel 1 off, Luka Omladič, Is there an ethical imperative for art in response to the environmental crisis? Now, we are live, so keep your eyes on your screens, but your fingers on your keyboards. And we'll try to integrate your comments and questions in the chat on Zoom and YouTube into the follow-up discussion. But first, Andri Snær Magnason is an Icelandic writer and documentary film director. His book on time and water, in which he writes about the climate crisis in a personal yet engaged way, was a national bestseller in Iceland in 2019 and will have been translated into more than 30 languages. Magnason has written novels, poetry, plays, short stories, and essays. He collaborates with various artists in the fields of activism, science, architecture, visual art, music, theater, and documentary film. He is active in the fight against the destruction of the Icelandic highlands. His text, as mentioned before, a letter to the future from 2019 for the memorial of the Ökül Glacier, went viral and served as the inspiration for the Eco8 Triennial. Andri, take it away.
Thank you. Hello, it's a great honor to meet you all. So, and to have the name of this nice conference. I wish I would still be meeting you in person, but we will navigate from this amazing technology. So I am going to share with you my screen now, and it should be coming here. So the issue is time and water, and I was confronted with kind of this strange dilemma that the biggest challenge of humans, which is called global warming, seemed not to interest people. So if somebody asked me, "What are you writing about?" and I said global warming, I could see how their eyes glazed and how they were kind of bored, and they were like, "Oh, not more of that." But then I decided to tell a different story. So they asked me, "What are you writing about?" And I said, "I'm writing about time and water." And people were like, "Wow, interesting. Time and water. From what perspective?" And then I would tell them, in the next 100 years, we expect all the elements of water on our planet to shift. There is the glaciers are vanishing, becoming ocean. The oceans are rising. And at the same time as the oceans are rising, they are warming. And also the pH of the oceans is changing more in the next 70 years than they have in the previous 50 million years. So the idea is that the issue, and then of course all patterns of rain, snow, seasons are going out of order. So basically the idea is that the issue is larger than language. I can't say that the issue is enormous to the 12th degree. How do you scale up something, and how do you retell a story that has to be told again and again and again and again until a paradigm shift has occurred? So the idea was that the issue was in a way like a black hole. That is, you can't really see a black hole, but the only way to talk about the black hole is by looking around it, looking at the periphery, looking at the neighboring stars and galaxies. And only by that way you can understand the enormity of the black hole. But if you look straight into the black hole, you don't really see anything because the gravity draws in all light. And if you just look at climate data in a similar way, it's almost like all language collapses and almost no meaning comes out of this data, despite the enormity of that same data. So if we're talking about the future, it's good to understand the past. And my first encounter with deep past was when I was working in the Árni Magnason Institute in Iceland. It's the Medieval Manuscript Institute, Medieval Studies. And I was guarding this manuscript here. This is the oldest version of this is the oldest manuscript of the Edda poetry. That is the main source of Nordic mythology. So from this manuscript, we understand everything about Thor, Odin, Valhalla, all these big mythological characters that were in the belief system of people in Northern Europe 1,000 years ago. And I was astonished that I could still read this text 700 years after it was written. So it says here, "Deyr fjö, deyja frendur, deyr sjálfur hið sama, en orðstýr deyr aldrei hveim sér góðan getur." And it's in Icelandic. It means your cattle dies, you will die, and your family will die. But the reputation of a good reputation will never die. So I was thinking about time. I can understand this and I can read this 700 years after somebody wrote this on this calfskin. And how can somebody preserve something for 700 years? Could you plan that? And 700 years from now, what kind of a language are we speaking? What belief systems do we have? What kind of planet will we be living in if and during this time the ocean will undergo greater change than in the previous 50 million years. So I was obsessed by time and kind of the past, and having access to grandparents that were born around 1920, and a generation that kind of lived in both worlds, that was born almost into a similar country as had been for 1,000 years of hunting and fishing and farming, and then the first generation that had access to modern technology. And my grandparents, they became founding members of the Icelandic Glacial Research Society. So this Glacial Research Society was founded in the 1950s, and they were traveling and mapping the glaciers of Iceland. And many of these glaciers are enormous. They're like 10,000 square kilometers, the biggest. And they went on their honeymoon for 3 weeks, and they were stuck on the glacier. And they were stuck on the glacier for 3 weeks, in a storm for 3 days. And I asked them, weren't you cold? Because they were stuck in a tent and they had to be dug out, and they were like cold. We were just married, and I was 10 years old when I asked them, and it was like, and I didn't really understand how you get warm when you get married. So they were mapping and measuring these glaciers for 70 years ago, and these were extreme and interesting trips, and I was kind of gathering randomly the information because I thought this would be a very interesting kind of documentation of pioneering times of understanding glaciers. But then I got a phone call and I was invited to interview the Dalai Lama. And I was thinking, what can I ask a person that has reincarnated for 14 times? It has to be a super intelligent question. And I was thinking, can I ask him, how was your 7th life compared to your 12th life? What can I ask a person like this? And then I was thinking of mythology again, because in India, they have all these cows roaming the streets. And the Dalai Lama is in exile in India. And we have this curious myth in Nordic mythology. That is, the origin of the world started with a cow. That is, the world started with a frozen cow in the beginning of time. And it sounds like a whispering game that went wrong. And in the medieval manuscripts, they have some pictures of this cow. So in the beginning, there was nothing. And from that emerged the cow, the frozen cow, and from the udders of this cow came the 4 rivers that nourished the world. And this never made any sense for me. It sounds like a misunderstanding. How can a cow be frozen, and how can where does this myth come from? But in India, they have a similar myth, because the world is symbolized, and Mother Nature or Mother Earth is symbolized as a cow. And the foundations of this cow, the udders of the cow, are symbolized as the Himalayas. And I was like, interesting that they also have this cow. And the great Nepal section of the Great Himalayan Trail ends in Humla at the border with Tibet. And the name of the Icelandic cow is Humla, or Humla of prosperity. And I thought, that's an interesting coincidence. And if you go through the Great Himalayan Trail, you will find Mount Kailas, which is the center of the universe according to Buddhists, and the throne of Shiva according to Hindus. And from that mountain come the 4 holy major rivers of Asia, the Indus, the Ganga, the Sutlej, and the Brahmaputra. And one of the most holy places in India is called Gomukh, and that is a glacier. And Gomukh means the mouth of the cow. So suddenly it made perfect sense. Of course, glaciers are the frozen cows, because from the glaciers come these milky white rivers that, for example, in the Himalayas, are the source of life for 1 billion people. And glaciers are a perfect system, because a glacier gives out this milky white water, and it's better than normal water because it's full of silt, full of sediment, full of fertilizer. That so when a glacial river floods over your field, it actually replenishes the what you need for your crop. So suddenly it made total sense. Of course, a frozen cow makes sense as a metaphor for the role of glaciers that still today are the life source for 1 billion people at least. So the Dalai Lama in the interview, he was worried about the future of the glaciers, and he was thinking how they will change in the next 100 years and the source of life for all these people. And because Icelandic glaciers have been measured for 70 years, we can understand how glaciers are reacting to climate change. So for example, in Iceland, the great glaciers are vanishing in the next 100 years. So within a time somebody born today, becoming as old as my grandmother is now, the great glaciers of Iceland will virtually vanish in front of that person's eyes. This is Earth leaving geological speed and entering human speed. This is the fastest change of glacial melt in recorded history since man came out. And this is the big question. How do we connect to the future? How do we connect to dates like 2160, 140 years after Blade Runner, for example? How can we connect intimately to a date like this? Does it relate to us? Does it have anything to do with our actions, our existence? Do we have any responsibility towards this date? Do we have any cultural connection of long-term thinking where a date like this has any effect on our actions, policy, or culture? So I think everybody knows why this is happening. It's because we have reached this highest level of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere for at least from glacial core sediments, at least the last 800,000 years. And the change is so fast that even the youngest people can see this change. For example, the glaciers of Iceland were recorded for an art piece by Ólafur Elíasson, the Icelandic Danish artist, in 1999. My son was helping him in the summer of 2019, when my son was 20, to revisit the sites. So only in the lifetime of my son, not in my lifetime, but just my son's lifetime, the glaciers have changed like this. So normally this should be in the oldest person's memory of tales from the oldest person. Such a change might happen in that scale, but this is Earth going into some complete different state than anyone has seen before. So when you're traveling these glaciers, these huge entities, and you have under your feet 3 Empire State Buildings thickness of ice stretching over the horizon, it's almost impossible to imagine that this is actually delicate. And then I got this strange opportunity to write the obituary, like the eulogy for a glacier, where I said, Ok is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. August 2019, 415 ppm of CO2. But glaciers are not only vanishing, glaciers are becoming water, and they are putting pressure on coastal areas all around the world. And this is dramatically affecting all life on Earth. And because glaciers are becoming water, they're becoming something tangible on the coasts of everyone. And we have to understand that in the end, we will conserve only what we love, and we will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. So my grandmother could teach me that I should take care of nature, that I should take the garbage off the beaches, I should treat the nesting places of the birds with care. But my grandmother could not teach me words like ocean acidification, because that's a word that was first mentioned in the year 2006. So this word is the biggest word in the world, but still this word is only 15 years old. This word was only mentioned in Iceland in 2006 once 2007, never 2008, twice 2009. And this word means that the CO2 of the oceans, the oceans are taking up about 30% of the CO2 that humans emit. And that means that the pH of the oceans is changing more in the next 100 years than it has in the previous 50 million years. And again, we're confronted with language. How do we understand that 0.3 is huge? How do we understand 50 million years? That a single human being is changing, a single generation on Earth is changing the oceans more than all the previous generations of man, not only all the previous generations of man, but 10 times all the previous generations of man. And this data here, this graph here that is made by international ocean scientists, this should cause an immediate action, just like we saw to the coronavirus. This should cause immediate change of policy, immediate change of law, immediate change of culture. But strangely, it has not happened. And we've seen graphs like this for 20, 30 years. But strangely, the 20th century paradigms of business, industry, capitalism, production are all prevailing and growing stronger than ever, even though we know that it is undermining the future of humanity. So paradigm shifts like women's rights, human rights, democracy, Copernicus, Einstein theories, it can take 20, 30, even 100 years for new concepts and new words to emerge and enter the culture. And that happens often through stories as well. But a graph like this should cause a paradigm shift, but it has not yet. But it's very likely that the generation that is born in the year 2006, that generation would react to this dramatically. So what is happening is that humans are burning 100 million barrels of oil per day. And again, we have a little connection to what 100 million barrels of oil are every day, because our world is so well designed that we can't see the fire when the oil is burning in our car, when the oil is heating our houses. We don't see any fire on a day-to-day basis. But 100 million barrels of oil are like the greatest waterfall in Iceland, if we translate that into a river. And human emissions, if we compare that to volcanic activity, then we had a volcanic eruption in 2010 in Iceland that closed down the European airspace. This volcanic eruption emitted about 150,000 tons per day. human activity is about 100 million tons per day. So that means that human emissions are like, or the human fire, the fires that humans have kindled are like 666 of these volcanoes, not temporarily, but every day, all night, always, decade after decade. And if you speak to any geologist, if 666 volcanoes would alter the life on the planet, he would point directly at markings in geological history where all Earth systems went off the rails, maybe 50 million years ago. So we have to start calculating. So the challenge is that all these fires, and this is the biggest volcano that the Earth has seen, 35 gigatons a year, which is the human eruption, which is also what we have been benefiting from. But if we go on like this, we will not keep growing. We will undermine the foundations of our foundations. So in the next 30 years, we have to reduce everything to zero. So that means the rest of our working life and all of our children's working lives is about this challenge. So we have to connect to the future in an intimate and urgent way. 2160, my grandmother, I know her very well. If my daughter becomes as old as my grandmother, she will still be alive in the year 2080, and she might influence deeply a 20-year-old person born 2080. So if my daughter becomes as old as my grandmother, she's still alive in the year 2100. She might have a favorite 20-year-old born in the year 2080. And this 20-year-old will become 90 in the year 2160, even 2170 or 80. So we have to calculate when is someone still alive that you will love and start connecting to the future in an intimate and urgent way, because everything is at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andri. I'll see you in the discussion session. Next up, Marjetica Potrč from Water to Nature, the Rights of Nature in Slovenia. Marjetica Potrč is an artist and architect based in Ljubljana, Slovenia. Potrč's practice includes drawing series, architectural case studies, and public art projects. Her on-site projects are characterized by participatory design and a concern with sustainable solutions. These projects often center around infrastructure and resources such as water and soil. Her work emphasizes individual and community empowerment, problem-solving tools and strategies for the future that transcend neoliberal agreement and testify to the failures of modernism. She's currently working on a project focused on the rights of nature for the 23rd Biennale in Sydney. Marjetica, take it away.
Thank you, Dražen. So I talk about, it was beautiful to hear Andri talking about transition of glaciers to water and what it means to live with water. And we are in Slovenia facing an interesting moment because we called for a referendum on water rights. So I'll talk basically about what it means in my presentation today. So please, can you put on my slide? So today I will talk about the transition in Slovenia from the right to water as it was enshrined in Constitution in 2016, this is 5 years ago, to the larger issue of the rights of nature. The rights of nature are indeed what we Slovenians are fighting for when we call for a referendum on water rights. This is my thesis here. And in my talk, I will use the referendum as a tool to explain this transition. Next. In 2016, the Republic of Slovenia added access to drinkable water to the Constitution as a fundamental right, declaring that water resources are, I quote, a public good managed by the state and not a market commodity, unquote. And I will return to this statement later. Slovenia was the first country in the European Union to include the right to water in its constitution, and the move was enthusiastically supported by the public. The campaign then, similarly to the referendum today, was initiated and led overwhelmingly by the civil society. Next. Next slide, please. So yes, a few notes on the background for the call for the referendum. Many of you know about it a lot, but many also don't. So I just had to put it together somehow. Today, 5 years later, in April 2021, this year, a law proposed by the current government and passed in the parliament without properly consulting the public changes the status of water from a protected natural resource to an endangered resource. The new law allows the development, meaning the construction and privatization of land on coastal areas and in water protected areas, which thus endangers drinking water, which in Slovenia is extracted mainly from groundwater. So these are the issues. In short, the right to water, as inscribed in the Constitution and the new law, are in an antagonistic relationship, which may be described as us versus us. The controversy shows the difficulty Slovenians face when addressing their relationship with water and by extension with nature. Is nature, including water, an object that we use or a subject with which we share the planet? It's the question raised by the Anthropocene paradigm. The call for a referendum aims to collect 40,000 signatures before this Tuesday, coming Tuesday, and here we collected many more. So good news on this front. Next. Now from collecting signatures to collecting water. The slide on the left. In September 2020, residents of Anhovo in the River Soča Valley opened their water taps to find that their water was polluted. During next half a year, they had to collect water from a cistern delivered by a fire brigade to the main town square twice per day. The source of the polluted water was the spilling of contaminated industrial water into the municipal water grid by the Eternit construction company. Interestingly, the spill occurred 3 weeks after another company in the Soča Valley, the Salonit factory, was granted permission by governmental agencies to increase the release of wastewater into Soča River, which is the main source from where residents get their drinking water. The story illustrates the intertwined interests of capital and the state and the lack of trust by residents in governmental agencies to enforce regulations. And I might add, the lack of trust in the state. Remember that the Constitution says that water resources are public good managed by the state. Slovenians put their good faith in the state here. And when citizens call for a referendum, they open up the issue of their relationship with the state. Next. No, it's fine, just go back. Can you go back? Yeah. So the slide on the right side, my friend Zmago from Maribor assures me that the reason he collects drinking water from traditional natural water sources is simply because the water from such sources is good. It is excellent for making a cup of tea, he says, and better than tap water. The appreciation of clean water sources is here addressed to nature, and it raises the issue of the relationship of Slovenians with their pre-Christian roots with natural religion, as we will see later. Now next, please. On the right, you see a diagram that depicts the supposedly inevitable capitalism nation state trinity. So let's look at the relationship between the nation and the capitalist state and the role that the referendum representing the people, representing the nation performs here. The referendum on water rights is a form of protest and resistance by citizens to the conditions created by the capitalist state to counter the state-based attempt of capital to subject the nation to its logic of exploitation. So that's clear. But the referendum is also demanding environmental justice in the spirit of contemporary struggles for equality. And more particularly, the referendum seeks to recover the return of the reciprocal goods exchange as well as the return of community. We can see examples of both these exercises here in Maribor or there in Maribor. Next. First, the reciprocal goods exchange. In this mode of exchange, goods are collectively deposited and equally distributed. I'm not talking here about a barter economy, a goods for goods exchange, which means that one object is exchanged for another. In the reciprocal goods exchange, community puts all the goods in one sack, so to speak, and distributes them equally to all members of the community. An example of this exercise is Miyawaki mini urban forest planted earlier this spring to remedy an urban heat island in the Magdalena neighborhood in Maribor. The densely planted forest will store carbon. It is a depository of biodiversity. It is composed of native trees, and the forest releases oxygen and thus distributes clean air, while at the same time it cools the neighborhood, which is for the benefit of everyone. And it develops over time. It is not an object, it is a living being. In short, in this beautiful poetic and political project, the collectively deposited goods are the trees, and what is distributed equally to all members of community is clean air and the coolness. Next. Maribor and surrounding towns and villages are known for participatory practices. So it was natural, but also radical that the Urban Furrows project took root here. Urban Furrows was originally developed as a project for Maribor, the European Capital of Culture, in 2012. This is nearly 10 years ago. One of the sub-projects was the distribution of native fruit trees to farmers in the vicinity of Maribor. The act of planting native trees is not only a nod to nature's biodiversity, which is a contemporary obsession, it is also an invitation to look back in time. First, to our not so distant non-capitalist common past before 1991, when participatory practices offered social safety nets, but also to the traditions of natural religion, which amazingly was still being practiced in Slovenia as late as the 1970s. We know of the existence of followers of natural religion and their practices in the Soča River Valley, from the interviews Pavel Medveščak made with them from 1950s to the 1970s. Their statements are collected in a recently published book that you see on the right. Titled is Nevidne strani neba, which in English would be from the invisible side of the sky. The worldview of the followers of the old religion was grounded in an egalitarian relationship between people and nature, which they called nikarmana. Basically, it was granted a personhood, the way how I understand it. Their culture, which was based in a pre-Christian worldview and its value systems, which we usually associate with indigenous peoples and maybe environmentalists, survived against all odds until recently, when the window of transferring their knowledge, practices, and beliefs was closed. When reading Medveščak's book, I was struck by certain time parallels. Imagine, for instance, Pavel Medveščak going up and down the Socha Valley to speak with people who followed the natural religion in the year 1968, when the social revolution was taking place in Paris, in Ljubljana, and many cities in our countries. So basically, natural religion in Slovenia was being practiced so close by, but it was hidden away from me and from most of us, I must say. Next. As Dražen mentioned before, I'm preparing a project for next year Sydney Biennial. I'm working on it with Ray Woods, an elder of the Wiradjuri First Nation in Australia. But I will also include a project about Socha River. But first of all, I'll try to explain some of the ideas that we are discussing with Ray. In the slide on the right, you see the first page of a transcript that documents his appearance before a committee of the Parliament of New South Wales, where he presented arguments against the enlargement of the Viandala Dam on Lachlan River, which would irreversibly damage the river and consequently life along the river, which is very fragile anyway. To make it short, what is interesting to me is his claim in his second argument that traditional owners, I quote, speak with legitimate cultural authority for their nation, unquote. And in his ninth argument, he stresses that the government, I quote again, the government is obliged to consult with traditional owners about matters that affect their country, unquote. So here the traditional owners are caretakers of the river. They are not the kind of owners that uses the river. I want to stress the importance of this shift in contemporary culture in Slovenia and elsewhere, when we are transformed from owners to caretakers, a position that is similar to how indigenous peoples see themselves. Also, Ray Wood's statement about legitimate cultural authority reminds me of the much celebrated idea that Slovenian identity is grounded in nature, in our mountains, forests, and rivers. Is this then the position of cultural authority we speak from when we call for a referendum on water? Next. Which brings me to Socha, to the Socha River. The referendum on water rights for drinkable water is only one of the struggles in the world in this time when we are moving from human-centered position, which gives people the right to use and abuse water, to a position that acknowledges and stands up for the rights of nature as a subject. If the referendum is successful, I predict that the next natural step or natural struggle will be to grant a form of legal personhood to the Socha and Sava rivers. The idea is that water becomes a river in our minds, an independent and indivisible entity, a body not unlike the bodies we inhabit. River is a living being that is concerned about its living conditions no less than the residents of Anhovo are concerned about theirs. Next. That's my final slide. Finally, what I found very interesting with this in connection with the referendum is return of the territory. If successful, the referendum on water rights claims Slovenia as a single territory across ideological divides. Basically, the idea is the return of a community united in the common understanding that drinking water is a common good, and when it is mismanaged, it becomes a common misfortune. Very simple, right? As the statement in the poster says, water is neither leftist nor rightist. Voda ni ne leva ne desna. It is a common good. And just to expand a little bit, thinking about Ray Woods, we talked about today, he told me that they are making a big coalition, a broad coalition, a movement by farmers who are from both like conservative and liberal political parties to fight against the enlargement of the dam that he is also like concerned about and fights that it shouldn't be enlarged. So what I'm saying here is that it's super important that in this referendum we cross the political borders. The reunion across political divides in Slovenia has happened before during the successful referendum for independence in 1990. And now it is time for it to happen again. As in the 1990s, the referendum for water rights deals with painful relationship Slovenians have with their colonial history. I mean, we were colonized. I don't think we were colonizers, at least not in my mind. Referendum then and now is an attempt to decolonize ourselves. This time, the imaginary of the referendum is a tool to reclaim the territory captured by capitalist state, which citizens correctly identify as a neo-colonialism. Reclaiming of territory goes via environmental issues such as right to water and rights of nature. It is a super ambitious exercise as citizens are changing their relationship with water and by extension with nature. The challenge is to work with nature, not against it. So a big work for all of us in front of us. What is also important is claiming the future. Actually, I love this poster because I could talk about each of these lines more. But one of the lines says, our duty is to keep water safe for future generations. And Ray Woods today explained to me that when they work with nature in their lands, they think that this could be at least what they are doing, at least for, they think ahead for at least 7 generations. So basically not short-term decisions anymore, but think about the future. That's our challenge, and also to challenge or the gift, the only gift we can give to our children, a little bit what Andri was talking about. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjetica, and I'll see you during the follow-up discussion. Next up is Luka Omladič. Is there an ethical imperative for art in response to the environmental crisis? With this, Luka Omladič rounds up panel 1, titled Toward the Rights of Nature and the Agency of Art in the Environmental Crisis. Luka Omladič is a philosopher and environmentalist. He is currently employed at the Institute of Applicative Ethics in Ljubljana, a counseling and educational organization which he founded. His work involves the ethics of science and technology and environmental ethics. He was a member of the World Commission of the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology at UNESCO, where he co-authored the report, The Ethical Principles of Climate Change, and the report on the ethics of robotics. He is involved with environmental activism, collaborating with several NGOs and civil initiatives, and is coordinator of the environmental activities of the political party Levica, the left. Luka, take it away.
Thank you. It was great to hear Marjetica's speech. It reminded me on last week when we were standing with our comrades and collecting the signatures for the referendum. And it's really, in my opinion, this was the greatest project of Slovenian environmental movement so far, because it took place during the COVID pandemic and in the reign of the government that's not really inclined to help collecting such a referendum. So, but my reflection today goes in a bit different, more theoretical direction. I want to outline a line of thoughts that goes from certain epistemological questions on climate crisis and ontological questions of the object of climate crisis, and I finish with a reflection on the ethics, particularly on the possibility of ethical involvement of artistic practices. So two of the dominant crises today, I think, basically have the similar structure in one way. Both the COVID crisis and the environmental crisis are fundamentally also epistemic crises, and they're fundamentally also the crisis of objectivity, and we can say that they're also ontological crisis. As you know, just to picture the situation on the field of on the level of epistemic crisis, we are constantly asking today who holds the authority to inform us on the objective facts of the epidemics or on the climate crisis. Is this, are the scientists, is this democratic or not so democratic governments? Is this, does this authority lie in the community of well-informed citizen scientists and not so well-informed citizen scientists? And the same is with the environmental or climate crisis. Proper scientific community is constantly changed by so-called skeptics or deniers, which are usually financially backed from the shadow by fossil fuel capital. And there is also, I mean, it's very closely connected with epistemic question, is a question of objectivity, of the object of those crises. What kind of objects are those crisis objects? They're definitely not, I mean, the COVID epidemics or the environmental crisis is definitely not the kind of object as, for example, my cat or a coffee mug. They're not everyday phenomenological objects. They're abstract. They're usually presented as abstract objects. Like, well, we saw them. We already saw those charts. For example, the killing curve, the famous killing curve on the up left, which of course charts the concentrations of CO2 in the atmosphere, and it's basically the birthplace of climate science. Killing discovered the global warming. The global warming when he first charted this curve, and on the right, of course, is a hockey stick curve, and again another chart which presents the COVID situation, which we all know, and the question is, how do we relate to this crisis object? For example, COVID crisis. We constantly, every day, we look at those charts and we try to grasp their abstraction to a kind of objectivity which constantly slips away from us. And we can also not. We can also not solve this situation by returning to empirical experience. Because even on a level of personal physical experience, we we face the question, how do you experience, for example, the global warming object? It's so complex, it's so multi-dimensional experience. On the one hand, we go to climate protests. On the other hand, we experience unusually warm summer, or we can experience the unusually cold summer, cold spring, as we do today in Slovenia. It is like some climatologists like to say, it's global weirding. It's not just global warming, but it's also global weirding. But of course, global warming is real. It will kill us if we don't address it properly. But is it an object, or what kind of object is it? So from the ontological and epistemological point of view, we face a kind of dilemma. Do we resort to a kind of postmodern constructivism and say these objects are all socially constructed, or today we can say Facebook constructed, on the one hand, or on the other hand, are we kind of resorting to scientific abstractions? And we say there is, of course, a deeper layer of reality behind all this, but we cannot grasp it in the other way than through scientific abstractions, such as those curves. So this is the dilemma. Is it constructed, or is it abstraction from the deeper layer of reality? But we can present the third option, so to say. Some line of thoughts are presenting the third option, and the third option is that these crisis objects, COVID or global warming, are indeed objects proper. They are objects, but of course they are not objects in a way as cats and mugs are. They're objects, they're weird objects. They're weird objects, or as my reference here, philosopher Timothy Morton says, they're hyper objects. Now, for the next part of this presentation, I will have to go just briefly through Morton's proposition on the basic features of ontology of hyperobjects. So the idea is, the thesis is that the crisis object is hyperobject. So what are those, for Morton, the basic features, ontological features of hyperobjects? For example, one feature is viscosity, and viscosity is the feature that describes this impossibility of distancing from the object. I can distance from my cat. Well, sometimes I can, usually it just sticks with me, but I cannot distance from climate change. I cannot distance from radiation. I cannot distance from epidemics. It's kind of gluey, it's viscous, it stays around me. Another feature is non-locality. You cannot exactly place the epidemics or a climate change. It's kind of non-local, and in a way that physicists describe non-locality in quantum mechanics. The third feature is temporal ondulation, we had this we heard this great presentation by Andri on this glaciers. Glaciers are typical objects that temporally undulate. They don't live only in present. Their existence is kind of extended through temporal dimension in a weird way sometimes. And also this goes with the climate and environmental crisis, which cannot be properly thought of if we don't put it in a extended temporal dimension, because it affects. It not only it's not just proper to say it affects our children, but they are already in the climate crisis. The people who don't live yet are already in a way involved in this strange temporal dimension in the climate crisis. Another feature, well, I don't have much time left, it's phasing. That means that what I was describing at the beginning, it's not possible to grasp global warming in one look. You are always destined to see a fragment, dimension, or part of this whole object, strange hyper object. It kind of phases through your visual or sensual field. And the last Morton's ontological feature of hyper objects is interobjectivity. It's even more difficult to explain briefly, but in this short time. But it connects with the what is called object-oriented philosophy, and it kind of reverses the old philosophical subject-object problem. It's not the subject who communicates with the object or who perceives object, but they're objects communicating with objects. And it's very important in the context of Morton's ecological philosophy or philosophy of Anthropocene, which basically, which radically reverses anthropocentric and even humanistic way of thinking human-nature relation. So basically, in the perspective of interobjectivity, humans are objects in interaction with other objects, and this is the deeper truth of ecology. Okay, so going back to our initial question, so the connection of environmental crisis with epistemic crisis and ontological crisis of objectivity. Well, one conventional way of tackling this is ethics, this ontological and epistemic crisis. Ethics of science has a relatively few well-established principles, but they all more or less derive from one fundamental imperative, which is actually the only ethical imperative that is truly intrinsic to the practice of science, and that is the imperative of truthfulness. Science or scientists must follow the truth. All other well-established principles of ethics of science are derived from here. For example, freedom of scientific research, the principle that the results of the science must be public, the principle of honesty and integrity in using, for example, or in using or publishing data, and so on and so on. But my key point here is that there is perhaps another more radical ethical situation where scientists is, because of a certain moral reason, compelled to become directly socially, politically, or environmentally active. So something that compels scientists, some kind of ethical motivation that compels scientists to become activists. And here is, in my view, this is the paradigmatic case. It's Einstein case. This is famous Einstein's letter from 1939, when Einstein urged Roosevelt to build, for America to build an atom bomb, otherwise the Germany will do it first. And America, of course, did build an atomic bomb. This is historically a very complex and very interesting story, because it may even be that Einstein was deliberately misled by false information about how advanced the German atomic program is, but it's not important, so important here. Because very soon, as we know, Einstein reversed his position and he became the greatest critic of atomic weapon and nuclear proliferation. In any case, or in both cases, we sense this Einstein's deep inside, this profound revelation that he experienced when he mentally realized this naked reality of this object, of this hyper object of atomic bomb. Atomic bomb is paradigmatic hyper object. It is viscous. the radiation are all around us. We cannot distance from it. It's non-local. Atomic weapons impact everything around us and affect all places. It temporarily undulates. It doesn't affect only present, the atomic bomb, but the future as a whole, and so on and so on. And because my time is running up, I would just say that basically the structure of global environmental crisis is just like that. Now, for finish this, let's try to expand this analogy to art. Now, I don't believe that there is something like ethics of art in the strict sense, at least not in the art of modernity. There is perhaps a difference here with the pre-modern Christian art or other forms of non-European art of this type, but not in the strict sense as the ethics of science. Also, there are certainly very strong ethical systems within certain artistic groups or artistic movements or individual artists. And I would call this local ethics. Local ethics, and this is by no means in the diminishing sense, just in the sense that it's local ethics, just in the sense that we cannot expand this part of analogy to the universal ethics of scientific community. We cannot expand it directly to the art or the art community if there is even such thing as an art community in the sense of scientific community. But so on the one hand, we don't have universal artistic ethics, art ethics as science ethics, but we do have a local ethics. And I think maybe the work that Marjetica Potrč does, I see this in a kind of way that represents the local, let's call it local ethics. But on the other hand, I think that the part of analogy with science holds, because art is not Platonic. It's never been mere representation or mere reproduction. Art is the objective production, and it is, if I can use the concept from Morton's ontology, the art is fundamentally interobjective. It's production of the objects in a way that the objects communicate with one or another. And now, this is my last sentence, and I'm speculating from here because I'm by no means the artistic producer. I'm just a user, and I reflect. I reflect on the reason that sometimes the artist can be also drawn to environmental activism in a way that is similar to the way Einstein was pulled into his activism when he encountered the reality, the naked objectivity of atom bomb hyperobject. Because of this universal feature of interobjectivity of artistic production, I think it has, but this is mere speculation from my side, I think it has the access to this naked objectivity also, to the hyperobjectivity. And from this cross-section, from the cross-section of certain local ethics, which are by themselves, I think, very interesting field of research, and I had to just mention them, but I think from the point of view of environmental art, this is the crucial point. So on the one hand, we have this local ethics or groups of local ethics. On the other hand, this access to hyper objectivity, and from this cross section, I think arises the greatest potential of environmental art, as a creation of new possibilities in these weird new ecologies that constitute the Anthropocene we are living in. Thank you.
Thank you, Luka, and I welcome back Andri, Marjetica. I'll begin with a short question for each in the order you presented, and then we'll mix and match. You can also, of course, ask questions to your fellow presenters, and I'll also try to integrate the comments and questions from the chat, from Zoom and YouTube. So, Andri, the literary strategy, let's call it an aesthetic strategy to make a concept or a phenomenon like deep time palpable, tangible, is of course necessary. In contrast to the ancients of Norse times, they did have time, whereas, as you pointed out, we don't. We keep seeing these two time markers, 2030 and 2050. So I guess my question is to maybe introduce also Frederick Jameson's quip, it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Is this imaginary that we are constructing now viable? I mean, of course, it promotes understanding, it promotes awareness, but does it mobilize to the scale that this hyper object called climate or planetarity is engulfing us in?
Yes, so I think that is my connection unstable?
Yeah, it's a bit wobbly, yeah.
Okay, I will try to move closer to the rudder. So I would say that what is happening now is that the generation that is born around 2005, this generation has a completely different connection to the future than my generation has. My generation saw the year 2000 as a distant future. And now we are 20 years past the year 2000. And we are also culturally, we want to be young. We pretend that we are young and hype, and even though we're reaching our 50s, we still want to believe that we are young people. So we can't really look into the eyes of university students that they're actually born in the year 2000. So culturally, we have not adapted to a new date like 2000 was before. The generation now in universities, they are looking at their pension years as disaster time. We did not do that. I thought I was going to play golf in my 70s in Tenerife, or you could say, but a 20-year-old today only looks at that and just sees disaster. This generation went through the climate strikes, and it went also through the Corona time. So I think the generation that is born around 2000, 2005, they will set the rules for us. So we could say now it's almost impossible to imagine the end of capitalism. This generation went through the coronavirus where everything was demolished to protect the older people. They were prevented from going to school, they could not travel, they could just brutally, all sorts of industries were just demolished. So they did see, in a way, the end of capitalism. That is, they did see somebody listen to science and destroy tourism, cultural activity, all sorts of things. So I think we will see a paradigm shift in the next 5 years where the young people will set the rules for us. Just like a 60-year-old man, he's not setting the rules in the workplace of how to talk to young women. The 20-year-old woman, they set the rules of how a 60-year-old man should behave in a workplace. In the same way, the young people will set the rules of how we will consume and etc. in the next years. And this transition, I think, will be as quick as the Me Too hashtag was, but it will be even more brutal against us for our inactions in the years 2000, 1990, 2010.
Marjetica, so the move from the right to nature to the right of nature, and transforming the status of nature from an object that is to be dominated and extracted to a subject, how would you relate this to the notion of Mother Earth? I'm quite critical, like Bolivia in 2011, right, enshrined in its institution that Mother Earth has the same rights, has a legal personhood, the whole of nature. I am a bit critical of this notion of mother in the sense that, you know, somehow the nature will take care of us. I mean, we have intervened into nature, into the planet, to such a scale, of course, that, you know, storms and fires, you know, do not represent itself as a motherly figure that somehow will kind of, you know, balance stuff out. I mean, nature doesn't care if we exist or not. So by treating nature as a subject, do we honor it in a better way so that we are in a better relation to nature itself as an interdependency or, you know, mutuality, respect, rather than romanticizing or fetishizing nature?
Yeah, so I just would like to add to what Andris was saying about possibility of post-capitalist era. And I was reminded that maybe 2 weeks ago in Germany, the constitutional judges of Germany actually overturned the law in Germany, environmental law, which was passed last year, and said that it doesn't make sense because it needs to think about future generations. And actually, it's true that young generations are creating or suing the state. They are creating new laws that will become new agreement in our society. It will not be neoliberal social and economic agreement, but we are now in the course of transcending this agreement because we have to. So about the mother figure, actually it's interesting because Ray Woods today, he was talking about how he sees the country as a mother. It was somehow a very personal statement. And what he says is definitely not that the mother would take care of us, but actually he talks about coexistence, and that actually you have to, like, you care for another human being, you also care for nature. So you don't use it. It's very simple, no? It's like, yeah. Does this answer your question a little bit?
Yeah, I'll just quickly weave in Luka as well. It's a centenary of Joseph Beuys's birth, and his whole artistic mission was, you know, social structure. It was eco. Can we maybe then say that does ethics is ethics enough in the sense that even if it's ingrained into an aesthetics, again, I'll pass the question, how to mobilize on a planetary scale, right? Is ethics enough? Or what kind of politics do you envision? Unmute.
Yeah, we must admit that ethics is in today's ideological environment, ethics is often used as something that fills the void of necessary political resolution. So when the political resolution is not there on the side of politicians, they start to speak about the ethics and the values and the future generations and so on. And this is the problem, because ethics cannot replace the politics in this sense. But the ethics has the possibility to reach certain levels of democratic discourse that's sometimes hard to achieve directly to political interpellation. For example, one such one such way that ethics can play certain role in this void of politics is the concept of a just transition. Just transition, of course, refers to the fact that transition to let's say carbon neutral society is not just technical question. It's not just a question of just proper policies. It's basically the question of social or class compact, because any future society, any future post carbon society that we can see will be radically different than ours. Either it will be either the class differences will be even more emphasized with the rich and powerful class having the access to luxuries of today's carbon world and all other living the post-carbon realities, or the society will have to be radically restructured. Today it's very difficult to use the language of class struggle. It's not popular. It doesn't fall right in today's political discourse. On the other hand, when you use the language of ethics, for example, the just transition, you can basically communicate the same thing and connect to let's say dominant political discourse. I'm not sure if I as a basically Marxist would prefer to stay in the proper Marxist type of class struggle discourse, but on the other hand, it can be framed in the language of ethics, like just transition, in a way that can connect across certain ideological landscapes that we don't have really much power to change right now.
Marjetica, the flyer that you were showing, right? You pointed out how nature, rights of nature, or water, are neither left nor right. Are we kind of moving into a post-politics or a new kind of politics?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's really, I think we should understand that with the environmental struggles that we face today, the ideological divides are really pulling us back. We have to move ahead. It's left and right actually is the dualism that we teach at the universities. Is it black or white? It's the dualism that actually it's Western metaphysics, if I can say so, to add a little bit to Luka's discourse. We have to move across, yeah. And I personally believe you can only do it on, let's say, what I call participatory projects, because people, you cannot really learn much by reading books, they say. You have to get your fingers dirty. You have to participate in projects to try to reimagine what will be our future. You have to test. The projects that I'm thinking of in cities are laboratories of testing new modes of existence. And the old discourse has always been to put basically communities' knowledge down. So saying, now we have to talk with these crazy people who talk this and that. But actually, when you work with communities, with locals, you understand that they have a complete sense and great ideas what they should do. And just a few days ago, I talked with my friend who is French, and she said that with these citizens' assemblies that actually Macron founded 2 years ago, that people who were in the assemblies, they had a very good ideas how to cross our troubles, actually. But yes, these ideas need to be tested, and also they are local, as someone mentioned, maybe you. It's local wisdom. It's not universal wisdom anymore.
Yeah, I would counter that by saying that the referendum and the initiative, no matter how people identify or who they vote, their gesture was nonetheless eco-socialist. They might not know it, but it is eco-socialist. What the planet and the nature is teaching us, I think, to be eco-socialists. Much like administrations shelling out billions for just transitions and so on. We might not identify with it as such, but in action it turns into, the real of this is that it's kind of, hopefully, eco-socialist. Alessandro Vincentelli writes, one of the things that Andri draws on in mythology and the power of the mythological, there are parallel interests in Marjetica's collaboration and deep learning research of indigenous communities. Basically, there is a role for the mythological in recent contemporary art too. Yes, are we, after modernity, basically returning to indigenous knowledge as a politics of interdependence and coexistence with the planet and nature?
Well, can I just say something? I think that because we are good modernists in our soul and in our practices, we first have to unlearn. And I always found it amazing that indigenous people with whom I worked were willing to share their knowledge and experiences. If you just think how much they were repressed basically in their lives and in their history, it's amazing that they still want to share the knowledge. And actually, it's my belief in the survival of the humanity that we share best practices and the knowledge, perhaps what we do today. So I don't think that knowledge of indigenous is in any way romantic. They learned it the very hard way. And I again would praise their availability or their attitude to work with us these days when we face the troubles.
Andri, indigenous knowledge as a way forward?
So what I'm writing in my book is questioning the rationality of our current system. There is the combined excellence, science, university studies. There is the combined excellence of humanity, of engineering and infrastructure and production, design. That is a planet going off the rails. So in the end, the combined excellence of humans does not contain more wisdom than an algae bloom. That is, it seems like we're just growing into our resources just to fall back into some primal state or of what the remaining resources will give. So actually, it would have been more rational. There is and part of the system is, of course, colonial, and where indigenous knowledge was overturned or even demonized. So in the end, it would have been more rational to consider half of a forest of the holy, and just explaining that in some mystical way that if we touch it, something terrible will happen, without interference of science. So if the rivers, if the mountains, and if some of the forests had been holy, we would not be confronted with the effects of our collective wisdom. So I'm using mythology in my book to explain also to people that what we're faced with is on a completely different level than humans have faced before. There is Ramses II, Napoleon, Genghis Khan. They did not believe they could melt glaciers. They maybe met for peace summits. Of course, they did not meet each other, but the leaders of the world have met for peace summits always. You know, they have had some kind of meetings to settle wars and disputes. But meeting to discuss the sea level in the next 100 years, to discuss the acidity of the oceans, to discuss if we should have glaciers or not, that is something human leaders have never discussed. And that is only, those discussions only happened on Olympus Mountain, somewhere in deep mythological times. So in 300 years, people will look back and see this more clearly. And then the question is, were these tragic leaders, that is our weather gods, our democratic leaders that are discussing sea level and glaciers, were they tragic? That is, could they not control their inventions? Were the cars that you the factories that we made, did they have some self-serving mechanisms that we actually could not control our inventions? Or are we intelligent beings that can react to situations, stop damaging things, and act like we are actually an intelligent species, just not an algae bloom? So
Marjetica phrased this as a move from owning to caretaking, no? Would you say that if we're practicing deep learning and deep listening and deep learning, that the indigenous knowledge already suggests that maybe a better way to phrase, since we're using imaginaries and language, that a better way to phrase the Anthropocene is the colonialocene or capitalocene?
All this discourse about climate change has one big problem. It's too abstract. And the speakers with me also talked about that. For instance, we should not talk in abstract terms. We should, artists are very good in telling the stories. So I'm thinking now about Andri's idea of mythology, about really indigenous practices. Of course, you cannot be really naive, but you can learn from them. Like, again, today Ray Woods was telling me that he is asked to burn the woods in Australia. But not in a hot burn tactics, but in a way that trees survive, but the grasses are burnt, and actually they can grow much better the next season. And there is interest also in the farmers now to learn from these practices. Basically, the problem in Australia, for instance, was that they had this English imagination of small farms. And when you are farming in Australia, everything is on a big scale. There are not little plots where you can make your fairy tale house and farm. So, like, I'm always very thankful for indigenous people who tell us how to unlearn what I said before, from modernist or technological dreams, how to go forward. The humanity is here only 2.5 million years, and the Earth is here, 4 billion. So we have a very small window of existence. And then you can see, if you look at the graphs of our existence, that we can also go out, because if temperature changes or the conditions on the planet changes.
I'm seeing here, so there was a comment, local ethics as different to universal ethics or politics. Interesting concept. How does Marjetica see this concept of local ethics? And I would upgrade that still to the following. I see a certain antagonism between unlearning our modernity and learning indigenous practices and policies or politics. And the hyper-object that Luka via Morton was talking about. I mean, this is such a massive scale, and what we do not have is time, 2030, 2050. So how to leapfrog from that and do it in a just way, right?
I have a little comment here, because I'm talking too much. So what I have learned is that about unlearning is actually we have to build on other ideas, not thinking of projects as objects, basically. But for instance, I'm thinking of a project that I have done let's say in Amsterdam. It's about trust building. So you have to trust yourself, you have to trust your co-workers, you have to trust the collaborators on land, and you have to trust that the ideas will develop in the future. It's not just like I put this here and this is it. And it really happened in Amsterdam that 10 years afterwards, after we have done the project was remade and is still alive and doing well. Or, for instance, the power of experience, or to actually imagine new value systems. So these are the ideas I'm thinking of when I'm making a project. It's not an object anymore. Maybe it's interesting, maybe it has something to do with the ethics you're talking about. I never thought about ethics. But the trust, the value, somehow to build new values with your project, and such ideas are very interesting for me.
Mm-hmm. Andri or Luka, do you want to jump in?
If I can add one dimension, I think we had very extensive. I was working with UNESCO, and of course UNESCO is very much involved in this discourse of value of indigenous knowledge. and is always emphasizing it. And what was interesting for me is that the notion of frugality, the notion that some cultures, even today, they know how to live and even how to prosper. Well, they don't always prosper, but they know how to live with much lower levels of energy and resource consumption that we do. And this basic frugality is something that that even urban post-carbon society will have to learn. You may speak of degrowth or any other concept, or you may deny degrowth, but the fact is that the level of energy and resource consumption will not be the same as it is today. It's not possible. We will have to be more frugal. And these types of knowledge, and it's not romantic at all. I mean, I'm more Levi-Straussian in the regard of indigenous knowledge. It's universal. It's structured in the similar way that any other knowledge. But it's really extremely valuable in some way, because it can show us how to live in a much more frugal, structurally frugal way.
Andri?
Yes, so I agree with that, and I think we can learn from many things. And I think what I was thinking regarding indigenous or kind of that kind of mindset was more about the holiness. Mm-hmm. There is a connection to something that might be sacred, something that might be higher than us, something that should be out of reach, even though you can't really explain why it should be out of reach. Just claiming it's not within our realm of exploitation. And because I'm also skeptical about some of the local or not like what you call indigenous and what is not, and what is considered, because there are also lots of habits and cultures that I think we do not want to revisit in those terms, and I don't think we should glorify some kind of ancient cultures because we are at some place like in Iceland. We could see lots of habits in terms of how we reacted to the land 300-400 years ago that were just completely wrong, and ideas of women in Iceland not breastfeeding, for example, that caused immense child. So even just motherhood in Iceland 200 years ago was built on some misunderstanding. So the local knowledge was not right, and we lost almost all our children because women were not breastfeeding in Iceland for a long time. So I'm also skeptical about glorifying some idea of local knowledge, but there's lots to learn from and consider. But I don't want to go full-blown noble savage and believe that there is some kind of other type of humanity than inhabits in us. So yes, I believe there are lots of things to learn, but also just to move forward, we just have to explore, pick, and move on.
I assume that you're familiar with Benjamin Bretton's approach and his introduction of technology and technoculture into governance. He's heading a program, the terraforming, and a new series of seminars for planetary governance at Strelka Institute in Moscow. And in March, he published essay/manifesto of sorts, where he's advocating for planetary governance, but maybe touches upon what we're talking now. So I'll just quote it here, I just found it. Just when coordinated human rationality and solidarity are most needed, Bruno Latour, he takes beef with Latour, asks us to rescind the hubris of the moderns, a vague abstraction at best that gets yet more suspicious with each new book, and to recognize instead a parliament of always local, non-human actors. Curious, these and other versions of kitsch post-humanism are bound by their arch-Europeanist moral renunciation of technical reason and an indeterminate embrace of the space of difference that they imagine embodied by the continent's others. So in his vision, the planetary scale computation that we have developed, which I'm trying to tap into now with Andri's, so using the indigenous knowledge, I would produce it as a planetary governance, as a model of planetary governance. So rather than looking back and mythologizing in this kind of othering sense, we would use that knowledge with the technology that's at hand, which is, of course, very much advanced, because we will need to intervene in this planetarity if we are to restore, regenerate, resuscitate, and so on. Like you were talking about volcanoes, how the CO2 emissions equate with 666 eruptions per day, right? I mean, what a powerful image. But say if we were to stop emitting altogether at this very moment, altogether, there's still so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that it's still going to ruin everything, right? So we need to capture that carbon, store it, and so on. Okay, maybe my science data is now a bit off because Luka is nodding. He's saying no. But feel free to comment on that. Yeah.
So what I also think is that we have this wish also that we could maybe just go back to some state of some more pure state of balance with nature, even with some kind of idea that technology led us the wrong way, and we could purify by going back to nature without technology. I think we are in the dilemma of being totally stuck with technology. That is, technology brought us to where we are. We would not be 7 billion if we had not found all these reserves of oil, coal, and gas. So at least 6 billion of us are impossible. That is, we would not be possible without the superpowers that oil gave us. So we are. I am oil. That is, I'm not 70% water. I'm 95% oil. It's the oil that gave humans the superpower to create me and create most of us, because we would not have been able to have the muscle power to grow 7 billion humans without the help of all these fossil fuels. So we also have to maybe admit that we are on a different state. We are different beings, and we are, like he was talking about Timothy Morton. I am oil. I'm not water. I'm not soil. I'm not nature, or I am nature, but I am a product of 100-million-year-old sunshine. So our dilemma is that this is not possible anymore. That we can't go on like this, and we have to compensate these superpowers. So we have to draw down consumption and habits, but we will still be addicted to having superpowers of energy that is from some source, solar, thermal, hydro, some kind of superpowers that enable us to continue to be 7 billion and maybe even 10 billion. So that's why I think that, like, if you talk to young people, you also have to refer to scientific optimism, because we also need science and inventions and progress, almost in the old-fashioned 20th century progress mentality of drawing down 1,000 gigatons of CO2 that is currently in the atmosphere that should not be there. So yes, we need to plant trees, and we need to re-wild areas, and we need to rethink agriculture, and making agriculture draw down carbon instead of emitting carbon. But we also have to invent technologies that maybe do not exist today to suck it out of the atmosphere. And I think that is inevitable, that we have to put lots of engineering into that field. And I'm not a great fan of geoengineering, and I think many ideas today are dystopian, like BACS, which is growing forests, burning them and putting the CO2 into the ground. The idea of putting sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere and dimming the sunlight, those are ideas that are dystopian. But here in Iceland, we have inventions like pumping CO2 into basalt, where it creates calcium carbonate, which is calcite. And that is a totally natural process, and it removes carbon. And they're today scaling that up to 3 million tons per year, which is almost like the total car fleet in Iceland. So I think while we go in one direction, we are still stuck with going, I think we have to go many directions simultaneously. There is extreme progress and optimism in solving and redesigning things, at the same time as we're going other directions culturally. So I think it's, I'm not sure if I'm explaining it. So when I talk to young people, I have to just refer to how humans developed flight from flying 30 meters to 30 kilometers to going to the moon, because we are stuck as technological beings and with all this knowledge, and one of the ways forward is through technology, but not all the way forward.
Closing remarks. In a nutshell, I will round off this discussion after panel 1. So, in a nutshell, the contribution of art and culture, I'm paraphrasing the chat now as well, the contribution of art and culture in regard to the environmental crisis and its role in political activism. Marjetica?
Can you repeat?
So the contribution of art and culture in the environmental crisis and its role in political activism. How would you, in a nutshell?
I think it's super important that artists are involved because they can think and to work outside the box. They don't belong to institutions. They can be mediators of the future that, for instance, residents want to be part of. So I think art has a huge potential. Artists have a huge potential as mediators as well.
Luka? Do unmute.
Yes. Well, I think as I kind of speculated, there's a local level. I think there's a great role the artists play, being involved in projects on a local level, like for example, or from urban gardens to building sustainable habitats wherever. On a general level, I think it's this possibility of imagining future in a way of connecting with this new let's say, hyper objects of Anthropocene we are living with, which is absolutely essential for us to kind of orient in this weirdness of transition and post-transition world.
Andri?
I think that art, that all paradigm shifts, they have come through both from some source of philosophy or science, but in the end, art has been the carrier of a paradigm shift. I don't think women's rights would be very far if only political theorists in the universities were talking about women's rights or human rights. I don't think democracy would something if it was only for, if it had not been in songs and in poems and in stories. So I think art is the carrier of all paradigm shifts in humanity until now. And I think this paradigm shift art will play a very vital role. Of course, we can't point at one artist and say he's the carrier, but collectively, art will be one of the main carriers. And just for stories, while data speaks to the brain, stories speak to the heart. And I've been trying to connect brain and heart, for example, in my latest book. And I was encouraged sincerely by scientists that told me, people don't understand data, they understand stories. And so I think stories, abstract thinking out of the box, it's all part of the need to, while we're looking for, how to travel into this future.
Andri, Snær, Magnason, Luka, Omladič, and Marjetica, Potrč, a big thank you. Thank you, the webinar audience, for watching and participating with comments and questions. Imagine a letter to the future of your own. I will see you again after the PP break at 7 p.m. This has been panel 1 of a Letter to the Future toward Radical and Creative Ecologies conference, part of the ECO8 International Triennial of Art and Environment. In panel 2, we will talk about Toward Ecologies of Art and Curating. See you at 7 p.m. Central European Time. Hello. You are watching A Letter to the Future toward Radical and Creative Ecologies Conference, part of the ECO8 International Triennial of Art and Environment. This is panel 2 with speakers TJ Demos, Maja and Reuben Fowkes, Lucia Pietroiusti, and Elke Krasny. The lineup is as follows: TJ Demos toward Radical and Creative Ecologies, followed by Maja and Reuben Fowkes in defense of the Unprotectable, Ceremonies for Postglacial Futures. Lucia Pietroiusti, Art for Deep Time, an ecological proposition. And rounding us off, Elke Krasny, Ecologies of Curating. Now, we are live. So keep your eyes on the screen, but your fingers on your keyboards, and we'll try to integrate your comments and questions from Zoom and YouTube into the follow-up discussion. Kicking us off is TJ Demos toward Radical and Creative Ecologies. TJ Demos is a professor in the Department of the History of Art and Visual Culture at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and founding director of the Center for Creative Ecologies at the same institution. Demos is an award-winning writer on contemporary art, ecology, and global politics. He is the author of numerous books, including Against the Anthropocene, Visual Culture and Environment Today from 2017, and Decolonizing Nature, Contemporary Art and the Politics of Ecology from 2016. His most recent book is Beyond the World's End, Arts of Living at the Crossing. TJ, take it away.
Thank you, Dražen and Ursa and all the organizers of the event. It's a real pleasure to be part of this. And I look forward to the conversations with the other participants, and it's great to see Maja and Reuben and others. So thank you very much. I'm going to just speak a bit informally about my my work and engagement within arts research and academia, as well as some of my organizing work in relationship to the kinds of ethical and political imperatives that we've been hearing about, I think in the first part of the conference, although it was earlier than I was able to join you. So I wasn't able to participate in that, but I look forward to making some of the connections. So my recent project has been very much an attempt to think with contemporary practices in relation to the catastrophic presence of what some are calling the Anthropocene convergence, or the racial capitalistine, but the kind of apocalyptic futurity that we face in relationship to environmental breakdown. And my recent book, Beyond the World's End, is an attempt to think through this with a range of different artists and practitioners that are also considering this within different media, from the work, for instance, of forensic architecture and Teddy Cruz and Fona Foreman in California, Arthur Jaffa and Martine Sims in relation to traditions of Afrofuturism, indigenous activists and water and land protectors, including those at Standing Rock, who are also confronting the catastrophic present, but also thinking through the endings of worlds that have already taken place over the last 500 years of colonial capitalism. The work of Angela Melitopoulos in relation to extractivism in Greece, Alora and Calzadia in Puerto Rico, Ursula Biemann, and many others as well. So this is part of a larger engagement that I've been pursuing, including in relation to the Center for Creative Ecologies that I set up at University of California in Santa Cruz, where I moved from London in 2015. You can check out the website and subscribe to our quarterly newsletter to learn more about the project. But The Center of Creative Ecologies is an attempt to engage the intersections within environmental arts and humanities research and thinking in relation to activism and civil society organizing, as well as political ecology and speculative environmentalism more broadly. And we've been pursuing a research project in the last couple of years in direct relationship to this concern of how to consider the ending of worlds and what might life look like beyond a future of dystopian catastrophism or apocalypse, and how can we think about the ends and the ending of worlds in relationship to past endings and past worlds, specifically those that have to do with again, colonization of the Americas beginning in 1492. I like this proposition from a member of the indigenous organization, the Red Nation, Melanie Yazzie, who said that climate justice really begins in 1492, as well as the history of transatlantic slavery and the ending of worlds that have occurred owing to those conditions of racial capitalism. So we've been proposing this as part of a large-scale research project dedicated to thinking about beyond the end of the world, what comes after apocalyptic conditions of climate breakdown, as well as how can we cultivate futures of social justice and ecological flourishing. This has included a lecture series. Most recently, just a couple of days ago, we had Jonas Stahl join us and speak about his practice. It's also included art exhibitions, film screening series, and PhD research projects. We've had a wide range of speakers. There's been, in some ways, a focus on North America, but we have tried to open it up to international concerns as well. You can see a range of the speakers that we've invited. From Amin Hussein and Natasha Dillon of Decolonize This Place. They're involved right now in a current action in relationship to the Museum of Modern Art in New York that is attempting to hold that museum accountable for a history of basically its participation and complicity in fossil capitalism that has been one of the central causalities behind the current climate crisis, as well as Nick Estes and Melanie Yazzie of the Red Nation. We've had Jody Dean, Rashida Phillips and Kame Ayewa of Black Quantum Futurism. This is also related to our participation with the Center for Creative Ecologies in Manifesta 13 in Marseille that took place over the last couple of years, interrupted by the pandemic. But we were able to present some work by a couple of members of the center who are also practicing artists, Isabel Carbonell and Hannah Mazaros Martin, who's also a member of Forensic Architecture. And this also included a film screening series and with a range of presentations, some of which you can find traces of within the archive online. But this is part of what we're attempting to do within the Center for Creative Ecologies. Thinking about ecology in the expanded sense, where it's not simply about transformations in the biogeophysical realm, but also how to create a network of social connectivity that is interdisciplinary, transsectoral, and operating between art and as activism and politics, as well as the sciences more broadly. So how can we give rise to and institute different forms of creative practices that actually move beyond the institutional barriers of disciplinarity in thinking about terms like climate, environment, and ecology in a much more expansive way? So for me, I've tried to develop a methodological approach that we might call ecology as intersectionality, where ecology itself is a science of connectivity, not only between an organism and its environment, but also more broadly thinking about the Anthropocene and Capitalocene, between different approaches to nature and earth sciences, as well as the humanities and social sciences, as well as between art and politics more broadly. So I'll talk a little bit more about this and how it enters into specific practices that I'm currently focused on these days, including my own engagement in forms of activism and organizing. So some more examples of our practice that related to the Beyond the World's End research project of the Center for Creative Ecologies. This example being from the Museum of Art and History, where we mounted a small exhibition that was extended throughout the pandemic and just came down a couple weeks ago. So recently I've been increasingly focusing on thinking about futurity, and this builds on the basis of the book Beyond the World's End. Like, how can we escape from this sense of climate realism or environmental fatalism, where we've moved away from the politics of mitigation, trying to stop the causality of climate breakdown, and move increasingly toward adaptation, which is happening in large-scale, I think, climate conference events like the UN and COP26, which is approaching in Glasgow in November of this year, as well as more broadly in nation-state approaches to the climate challenges of the present. So in many ways, this resonates with what we might call capitalist realism, which was analyzed really provocatively by Mark Fisher in the UK, which is basically a proposition that capitalism has its own temporality that tends to dominate us, such that we can't imagine, we can't even mobilize speculative imagination for thinking about a future that would be different from the present. Instead, we're trapped within a capitalist chronopolitics where time itself has been colonized. Our future has been colonized. And what we can only live with is an infinite extension of the terms of capitalist realism into infinitude, and now into also outer space. And you see this within the cases of billionaire techno-libertarian approaches to climate problems, the kind that we see with the billionaire CEOs like the Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk of Tesla. And their visions and well-resourced science projects to try to reach Mars and terraform or colonize the planet, or engage in different forms of space colonization in relation to asteroid mining and or space colonies and the like. So these are further examples of forms of capitalist realism that extend the post-historical approach to temporality into the distant future. So along with lots of other practitioners, I think it's increasingly important to challenge the terms of this kind of end game. People like Bifo, others like the artistic practitioners that I'm interested in are engaged with this kind of chronopolitical thinking, the insistence on politicizing time and decolonizing the future, or grasping onto emancipatory worlds to come that could foreground things like solidarity and ecological flourishing, multi-species justice, as well as social justice. So this is a current research and book project that I'm working on right now, and I'd like to share a few more details about this. So the project is based on the idea that futurity, at least a form of socially just futurity, can only be imagined on the basis of the tradition of the oppressed. This is a terminology that goes back to the work of Walter Benjamin, who used this phrasing at the end of his life when he was himself facing the Nazi Holocaust and the catastrophe of the 1940s, which is in some ways an analog for the kinds of spread of totalitarian right-wing populism and emergent eco-fascisms that we face today. That's not to say that there's any equivalence between the Nazi Holocaust and our present conjuncture. Nonetheless, there are lines of continuity that I think are really interesting, but I'm not going to get into right now so much as to talk about the critical and radical methodology that I'm using in terms of approaching futurity. So examples of this could be found within the work of indigenous and radical and Black artists and filmmakers, such as Thurza Jean Cuthand, who's an indigenous filmmaker from the Canadian context. She's based in Toronto, and she did this film called Reclamation in 2018, which is really amazing. And I strongly encourage people to check it out. You can find it online, it's freely available. And it's based on the premise of what happens in the near future when basically white settler colonial people evacuate Earth owing to the growing terms of the climate crisis and move to Mars, where they begin a new kind of colonial extractive paradigm. And the film looks at the people who are left over on Earth. In other words, indigenous peoples who are finally faced with the possibilities of reclaiming the land and decolonizing social relations in the wake of capitalist ruins. For me, just quickly, this is a really poignant approach to the critical methodology of how to define radical. Radical not only in the sense of the kinds of etymology of biology, of the root, of going to the roots of things in terms of the rhizomes and mycelial networks of the underground territories of critters and multi-species beings in the mud, but also radical in terms of that which is politically and economically disruptive in terms of the structure, the foundational conditions of our reality. And so the traditions of the oppressed, as Benjamin argued, was an attempt to locate the transformative agency of futurity itself. How can we intervene, in other words, in temporality, escaping and challenging the conditions of capitalist realism in order to invent a different kind of world to come? Well, we can only do so, I think, on the basis of histories of the oppressed and those who have suffered and challenged the violences that are both entangled within environmental violence, such as the violence of colonialism and racial capitalism, and are challenging those conditions in the present. So the tradition of the oppressed is one and really fundamental methodological approach to how I'm thinking about creative and radical futurity. Another example is the practice of Black quantum futurism, which is engaged with also an approach to chronopolitics against capitalist realism. And they're drawing on Afro-diasporic traditions in order to challenge conditions of the brutality of racial and colonial capitalism in the present. Forensic architecture is another example of this, challenging, as with their work Triple Chaser, the terms of technogenic futurity and eco-fascist climate control. So technogenic futurity has to do with the increased movement toward automation and forms of cybernetic algorithmic predictions. So this is, I think, a zone of conflict increasingly in the political struggle to reclaim our relationship to time itself. When AI is attempting to colonize the near future, this is a serious challenge and to dominating social relations in the present. So I see the work of forensic architecture, at least in terms of Triple Chaser, which is this exploration of tear gas and the production, how it relates to cultural institutions like the Whitney Museum in New York, as a really impressive case study. Another example of this is Jonas Stahl and his work trying to organize collectivities themselves, different kinds of collaborative artistic organizations, but scale them up and provide the infrastructure and the agitprop design approach to try to create connections between different organizations working locally in different geographies. So what would this entail in terms of developing forms of solidarity, but also what we might call cosmopolitical diplomacy? How can we mediate and negotiate between different radical conceptions of chronopolitics. And finally, I'm looking at artistic practices and activist challenges to the continuation of colonial relations, particularly in this context in terms of the relation to Puerto Rico and what's happening there in the wake of extreme weather events and hurricanes that have been disastrous for the island, but also the kind of financial and economic domination that has to do with long histories of US-based colonization of the island, and how grassroots organizations are resisting this in relationship, in this case, to feminism that's trying to challenge the terms of heteropatriarchy, but also how to connect environmental struggles for multi-species justice with social struggles against the conditions of extractive capitalism. That's what I'm really interested in bringing together. I see tremendous urgency there. If we're ever going to get to a point beyond the disasters of the Anthropocene, we're going to have to deal with our social, political, and economic and technological structures, so that we can only think these together with the environmental and climatological challenges. Just a few more examples before I stop. The Green New Deal is a really important paradigm shift in policymaking. I think this is very promising, but it can't be simply a top-down approach to a technocratic solution, even if it's proposed by really interesting and potentially radical political figures like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the States. But when we can think of pairing it with approaches to indigenous decolonization and Black abolition, then it becomes really interesting. So the Red Nation is one organization that's proposing a really, I think, important political and social approach to decolonization that is also about reclaiming and healing our planet. And I think this is exactly the kind of intersectionalist or entanglement of the social, political, economic, and the environmental that we need to be thinking about. So the Red Deal is their approach. It's meant to complement and to add on to the Green New Deal. We've dealt with this in Santa Cruz about how to take large-scale national or international programs for environmental paradigm shifts and thinking about how we can localize it and work on it within our immediate environment. And so we've considered doing that in Santa Cruz in relationship to the Democratic Socialists of America, of which I'm a member, and proposing what the Green New Deal would mean in relationship to local politics. I find increasingly, just again, methodologically, that this is really crucial. We can't just think globally in terms of these large-scale narratives like the Anthropocene without also considering what this means very locally. So for us, this has meant proposing a range of different kinds of practices, including walking and rediscovering and learning about the socio-biological conditions of our region. So we've engaged in these abolition ecology walking tours where we're trying to abolish the conditions of the corporate and security and police domination of our environments in different ways. So abolition is related to the struggle against policing in the States, and this is at the forefront of environmental activism. For us, we're following the work of Ruthie Wilson Gilmore, who says abolition has to be green. It has to take seriously the problem of environmental harm, but also against environmental racism and environmental degradation. To be green, it has to be red. It has to figure out ways to generalize the resources needed for well-being for the most vulnerable people in our community, which then will extend to all people. So these are some of the practices that we're engaged with. Finally, we're looking at taking back privatized investor-owned energy companies like PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric. It's the basis for energy provisions in California, and it's typical of privatized large-scale energy companies in the States, but also internationally. How can we think of transforming these companies so that they're worker-owned and we can take them back for a different kind of futurity that moves beyond petrocapitalism based on the radical possibilities of a Green New Deal coupled with a decolonial Red Deal. So I think I should stop, but look forward to talking about this in the discussion. Finally, the Progressive International is a really interesting proposal for how to, again, scale up and join these different forces on a global level. So this is the challenge, I think, for how to think about creative and radical futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TJ. And I'll see you in the follow-up discussion. Next up, Maja and Reuben Fowkes in defense of the Unprotectable, Ceremonies for Postglacial Futures. Maja and Reuben Fowkes are art historians, curators, and co-directors of the Post-Socialist Art Centre at University College London and founders of the Translocal Institute for Contemporary Art, a platform for transnational research into Eastern European art and ecology. Their publications include Art and Climate Change, forthcoming in 2022, Central and Eastern European art since 1950 from 2020, and Maja Fowkes' The Green Bloc, Neo-Avant-Garde and Ecology under Socialism from 2015. They lead the collective research program Confrontations, Sessions in East European Art History. Maja and Reuben, take it away.
Thanks a lot. We wish we could be there in Maribor with you instead of sitting in office in London for so long and not moving. But thanks for the invitation.
We really missed those exchanges with people in the conference and also with the people, all the people watching. So also the chance to exchange in person. But hopefully there'll be another chance soon for everybody. So the fast-moving climate drama in which we are all caught up is expressed through the superlatives of fiercest fires, thinnest ice caps, fastest extinctions, and hottest temperatures since the end of the Ice Age. 10 years ago, Rob Nixon famously described environmental crisis and its impacts on deprived communities as slow violence that occurs gradually and out of sight, drawing attention to the incremental deterioration of the conditions of life. Today, with 19 of the 20th hottest years ever recorded in the new millennium, and a vast digital surveillance apparatus measuring environmental change in real time, most palpably in the melting of polar ice sheets, we now know that climate disaster and the violence of its multiple impacts are actually happening at a super fast rate. It's also clear that climate change is not only changing weather patterns and causing global warming, but is interlinked with the emergencies of species extinction, soil erosion, deforestation, air pollution, ocean acidification, and still more. Equally, ecological change and ecological crisis is inextricably linked to the deepening of social injustice and therefore demands that we take into account indigenous, global south, post-socialist, and beyond human perspectives.
How can the history of Maribor eco-triennial be chronicled in terms of history of ice? What could be the overlaps between the cultural and environmental histories of this ecological art event? The opening sentence in the catalogue of the first Yugoslav triennial of ecology and art in 1980 reveals that the curatorial intention was to show how contemporary artists think about the suicidal relation of today's society to its own environment. The triennial, which was held on the occasion of the national holiday of Republic, demonstrated that in the Yugoslav context, it was possible to make such bold statements and express the gravity of ecological crisis so clearly as suicidal. It was quite different in other socialist states at the time, where the official policy was that ecological crisis could not exist under socialism, as only capitalism can produce environmental problems. This suggests an unlikely convergence between today's understanding that colonial and extractivist capitalist system is the primary cause of climate change and the propagandistic claims of official socialist ideology that laid blame at the door of capitalism. The Yugoslav example and the history of eco-triennial complicates this narrative by indicating that ecological crisis was planetary and that the socialist system was deeply implicated as well.
I'm going to share the screen. In terms of the environmental history, we could look at the works, for example, of the work Extopia from 2017 by the Slovenian duo Plateau Residue, which dealt with the vulnerable state of the Triglav Glacier in the Julian Alps that has shrunk in size from 36 to just 1 hectare over the course of 70 years. So the artist invited a group of participants to gather on the mountain top and undertake a series of actions designed to awaken their receptivity to the vanishing glacier. The film records 8 individuals going through a sequence of listening to a short intervention about ecological interconnectedness and human responsibility in a kind of yurt-like camouflage tent before putting on a ghillie suit to amplify their sense of merging with the environment and setting off to immerse themselves in the post-glacial landscape.
Of our particular interest is the sequence with one interviewee who recalled how in 1980s there was actually an attempt by the local authorities to protect the glacier by banning the construction of ski lifts and restricting skiing on its surface. Whereas 40 years ago, there was enough ice to consider turning it into ski run. Today, as the informant put it, you need microscope to find it. So at the time of the first Maribor triennial, debates were raging about how to protect the environment of the glacier from touristic development. But as we speak, and with the new edition of the triennial relaunching, the situation with the cryosphere has deteriorated to the extent that the Triglav Glacier has now shrunk so much that it is now considered a glacierette. Testifying to the momentousness of the effects of climate change, the interviewee in the film concluded that some things cannot be protected. This aptly identifies the absurdity of localized attempts of conservation in face of the global effects of climate disruption, while raising the question of how to protect the unprotectable and how to grasp the overwhelming impermanence that terrestrials experience nowadays.
So in 2015, Swedish artist Hanna Ljung filmed a group of geologists taking annual measurements on the glacier of the southern summit of the Kebnekaise mountain, which is the highest peak in Sweden. Entitled I Am Mountain to Measure Impermanence, this 6-hour real-time footage of their scientific research was recorded with a camera which was set on the rocky north summit. Observing from a distance the small human figures on the ridge of this white mountainous landscape against a scene of ominously passing grey clouds. Measurements have actually been made at this location since 1902, and evidence was mounting that the glacier was shrinking, with the likelihood that the ice-free northern summit at 2,096 meters and 80 centimeters would soon take over as the highest point in the country. In fact, the glacier shrunk by 24 meters in 25 years, and by September 2019, this scenario had become a reality.
In her practice, Ljung has also reflected on the minerals and metals such as iron, zinc, and copper that are extracted from mountains and which are the same chemical elements that constitute the building blocks of the human body. She has made sculpture from the exact amount of a particular metal that are present in an individual body, or as in the case of this copper sculpture, in the population of whole town, making connections between the materiality of the body and the extractive operations of mineral mining. In that sense, as indicated by the title of the film, I Am Mountain, she personalized and internalized the geological changes to the mountain to which we are physically linked, but which is being transformed by anthropogenic intrusions that bring about a planetary sense of impermanence, as she claims.
So the socialist histories of mineral extraction and the social and cultural infrastructures that were built to service fossil fuel economies are starkly visible in the relics of the former Soviet coal mining town of Pyramiden on the Svalbard archipelago, which was investigated by Latvian artist Ieva Epnere in her film Four Edges of Pyramiden. Nostalgia for a lost golden age is expressed by shots of the deserted pathways of a settlement that that was at its height in the 1980s, home to 1,000 people and equipped with a library, cultural centre, swimming pool, self-service restaurant, and of course a Lenin monument. Today, as temperatures on Svalbard rise twice as fast as the global average and its permafrost rapidly retreats, the prospect of easy access to polar mineral wealth has made the revival of the Soviet ghost town a strategic interest of the Russian state, which seeks to maintain and expand rights to exploit the region's mineral wealth that were guaranteed by the Treaty of Svalbard in 1920. Yet, as the film suggests, for its inhabitants, it's not the fading relics of Soviet power, but rather the disappearance of entities of the natural world that makes them feel so privileged to live on the island. The hotel cook, for instance, whose family back in Ukraine cannot understand her attachment to this barren place, relates in the film her experience of something vast, unfathomable, and extremely beautiful when she realized that the glacier has been there for 1 million years and I'm touching it with my hands.
Indigenous communities on the front line of global warming are registering the disruption of natural cycles and patterns in their daily lives. Inuit artist collective Isuma's film Kapirangayuk, Inuit Knowledge and Climate Change, gave voice to the experience of elders from across Canadian Arctic archipelago who describe effects such as the disappearance of blue and solid multi-year ice that behaves like living beings, and reduction of directional tongue drifts in the snow as the wind blows now from east, not the north. After the world tilted, as one hunter comments, the sun rays hit more directly and the stars are no longer in the right position, while visual distortion brought on by frequent mirages forces fishermen to adapt traditional techniques and spear strangely, which is the Inuit term for which provides the title of the film. So this is the portrayal of the world out of cosmic balance.
For the climate imaginary of the present day, glaciers signal extreme vulnerability to global warming, with the carving of ice sheets into Arctic seas heralding worldwide coastal flooding, and the disappearance of seasonal melts from the Himalayas to the Andes, threatening fresh water supplies as rivers run dry. In earlier times, especially during the so-called Little Ice Age of the early 19th century, ice worlds figured as inhospitable alien terrain and glaciers as sublime natural forces that had the power to encroach on civilized realms. In the film, we are opposite like that. London and Delhi-based artist Himali Singh Soin contrasted the climate uncertainty of today's era of receding ice sheets with the opposite anxiety of the Victorians that advancing ice would obliterate familiar landscapes. By annotating period drawings of frozen seas to reveal the, quote, illusion of ice as a looming cosmic monster that sends shudders across the British Empire, excuse me, the artist also suggested correspondences with the late imperialist fear of losing political and cultural supremacy. Another recurring presence in the film is an otherworldly figure wrapped in silver foil who emerges from a block of ice to narrate a story about her non-human origins in a fossilized past. The artist, whose name Himali significantly means daughter of the snow, devises fictional mythologies for polar landscapes transformed by climate change, while drawing attention to the potential erasure of memories of ice in a post-glacial future.
We want to stay for a moment with the idea of the anxiety about encroaching ice in the Victorian era, which could be also detected in the appeal of glacial sublime to 19th century artists who journeyed to the Alps to witness the advancing ice sheets. Turner visited Mer de Glace in the Chamonix Valley, the largest glacier in France, at the beginning of the 19th century, and his journey was retraced by English artist and critic John Ruskin in 1854, capturing awe-inspiring natural spectacle of the Alpine Sea of Ice. Today, the glacial landscape they depicted is much diminished as the Mer de Glace has retreated 2 kilometers since the mid-19th century, another stark evidence of the dramatic effects of climate breakdown on the highest and coldest places on the Earth.
So it turns out it wasn't really a random or unique journey that took Ruskin to the Alps. since there is a whole history encoded in the Swiss Alps of British imperialism, of habits and presumptions of privilege based on wealth gained through colonial violence. There are also physical relics, not completely unlike the Soviet infrastructures on Svalbard, of the architectures of colonial expansion into the natural environment of the Alps. Here in the middle of the image you can see is apparently the house that Winston Churchill used to holiday in for several years, and we actually saw this house from a viewing platform near a hotel on the opposite ridge, which itself dates also to this heyday of these particular histories, having been founded in 1858, built in 1858. And we were there to encounter the Aletsch Glacier, the largest in Switzerland, as part of a week-long series of workshops and seminars on art and ecology. This research excursion was also intended as a way to provoke a situated and embodied experience of the issues addressed in the meetings. This is a view of the Aletsch Glacier, which in the 19th century extended much further down the valley. In fact, the expansion of the glacier was a source of mortal fear for local villagers, who, as local artist Severin Gulpa told the group, sent a delegation to Rome to ask the Pope to pray for the retreat of the glacier. Apparently, a few years ago, the same village went again to ask the Pope to reverse the process.
In his own work, as he showed us in an impromptu shallow presentation, Guelph also looks at the potential to reactivate communities and the potential histories of grassroots democracy when political representatives have for decades failed miserably to take decisive and meaningful action on climate change. His Matza Manifesto borrowed its name from the local alpine tradition that centered on a tree trunk carried around villages in the Upper Valley region to voice common concerns, agreement upon which was expressed by hammering a nail into a tree trunk as a sign of support. This was also the starting point for a series of situated art science encounters at sites of climate breakdown, including the shrinking ice of the Aletsch Glacier itself. As part of our workshop, we also visited the local or the regional museum in Vale, where amongst the exhibits was another 19th century etching of the Aletsch Glacier, which was then at its prime. And this is how the museum addressed the current moment of climate change. The climate chefs have completed their recipe and the glacier soup is ready. So this culinary metaphor is something to really think about.
The idea of climate chefs also brings to mind Western views of domination over natural processes and the scientific creed that technology will one day enable the climate to be turned up and down like a planetary thermostat. Polish artist Steiner Lelonek addressed the case of the Rhone Glacier, infamous for the fact that Swiss villagers whose livelihoods depend on tourism have attempted to protect a historic ice grotto from the warming climate by covering it with white blankets every summer. This could be seen as a low-tech version of the good Anthropocene approach to climate change, with proposals such as covering glaciers with artificial snow or using giant pumps to refreeze Arctic ice, put forward by the advocates of geoengineering solutions to environmental crisis. While the weathered sheets get torn apart by the wind, these localized efforts to protect the Rhone Glacier are profoundly futile in the face of rapid ice retreat. Leilonek's multi-channel sound installation, Melting Gallery, realized in collaboration with Swiss sound artist and composer Denim Stram, filled the exhibition space with undulating yet persistent sound of ice loss. The disconcerting melody of this glacial composition brings home the fact that many of the planet's permafrost places have already passed the tipping point, and, as the artist put it, are facing a slowly trickling catastrophe.
Now, the slowly trickling catastrophe, or the fast violence of the shrinking of the cryosphere, is compounded by the fact that so-called permafrost melts. It releases vast quantities of carbon, the originating vegetation that absorbed it from the air centuries ago, but froze before it could decompose. Much of this organic material is being released back into the atmosphere as frozen regions thaw, constituting one of the unpredictable feedback loops that threaten to push the climate towards the tipping point faster than anticipating in most climate change summit scenarios. The loss of ice is also not only about how human communities are affected, but how ecosystems, whole ecosystems, animals, lichens, trees, and microorganisms are endangered, and how it impacts the glacier itself as terrestrial entity.
Concert for Adishi Glacier was performed by Slovak artist Otto Hudec on the Caucasian mountain, in which he played his guitar one-on-one to the ice itself in an intimate sonic exchange with this non-human entity towering above. Plants growing in the soil laid bare by the retreating ice indicate nature's resilience, yet they also raise the question whether the threat to biodiversity from climate change affects not only species but also natural entities. Hudec's performance was an empathic gesture that recognizes the entangled fates of humans, animals, plants, and other living organisms, as well as the physical forces and natural phenomena of the earth. Care for glaciers is also manifest in a reassessment of anthropocentric constitutional concepts, such as through the extending of legal personhood to Patagonian glaciers by the Argentinian Congress in 2010. The true political gravity of such legal gestures lies in the fact that in order to provide meaningful protection of the rights of vulnerable glaciers, a radical reconfiguration of the global economic and political order fueling climate change is required.
Due to their role in the function of ecosystem and within world cultures, the frozen water bodies of the cryosphere cannot be fully understood in narrowly scientific terms, with the indigenous people of the formerly frozen north experiencing their melting most intensely as a dislocation of the cosmic order. At the same time, extractive capitalism seeks short-term economic advantage in the melting of the polar ice caps, holding out the panacea of geoengineering solution to glacier melt, rather than dealing with its systemic causes. Performing empathic gestures of care towards these planetary entities, artists have investigated the dire prospect and rapidly approaching collective trauma of world without ice. In mounting a defense of glaciers from a fate that is in all likelihood already sealed, we can take a lead from artists to uncover the ecological potentialities of the entangled histories of the terrestrials and ice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maja and Reuben. And I'll see you in the follow-up discussion. Moving swiftly on, Lucia Pietroiusti, Art for Deep Time, an Ecological Proposition. Lucia Pietroiusti is a curator working at the intersection of art, ecology, and systems, generally outside of the gallery format. She's the curator of general ecology at the Serpentine Galleries in London, a strategic cross-organizational effort dedicated to the implementation of ecological principles. Pietroiusti was also the curator of the Golden Lion winning Lithuanian Pavilion at the 58th Venice Biennial in 2019. And in 2022, Pietroiusti will join James Bridle in curating a section of the Helsinki Festival dedicated to artificial and more than human intelligences. Lucia, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you to all the organizers and the technical team. You will hear some thoughts from me, but I feel they will simply be sort of thoughts incredibly aligned with, but substantially less well articulated than TJ's and Maja and Reuben's thoughts. So coming after you both, you three, is humbling and borderline intimidating. So my name is Lucia. I'm a curator, and as you just said, in fact, I work at the intersection of art and the environment. So facing as we do today, and nobody needs me to say this, but in Kim Stanley Robinson's words, this would go without saying, except that it needs saying. Facing then, as we do today, an asynchronous, differentially distributed, and completely dysfunctional coming to consciousness with climate breakdown, the questions we are thinking about today have never been a theoretical hypothesis, but a very real and very tangible material thing. There are estimations being made that are in effect already able to predict how much of this planet will be rendered uninhabitable by humans in the coming decades. And this is not in the future either. There are places that have already been rendered uninhabitable to most human and more than human beings. And as TJ has pointed out at the beginning, in many places, the climate apocalypse began some 500 years ago. So it is easy to feel rage or grief and really rather incredibly irresponsible to both be sort of blindingly optimistic or hopeful, or to quote unquote give up nihilistically, sitting as I might be, and many of us might be, in the comfort of a house in London or in some other place not at the front line of climate change, climate breakdown even. Spending any amount of time looking really directly at this, it becomes unintelligible to reckon with how it is possible that we are not all of us, dropping everything else we're doing and realizing that this, climate justice and environmental balance, are the defining challenges of our generation, and that this is what we will be measured against by the generations that will follow. So these are not abstract questions, and not at all. And to that end, perhaps given that we are in an art context, it might be worth asking ourselves what, if any, the role the arts might play, may be, or may turn out to be. And I was incredibly privileged to end up sitting on a panel with Dr. Yuga Sakona, the vice chair of the IPCC, just a few days ago. And we spoke about this thing emerged, this idea of a crisis of the imagination. And we kind of went into that a little bit and realized this crisis is not a lack of imagination, but rather a monoculturalization of imagination. So it's with some kind of notion of some regenerative or permacultural plurality of imaginations that I'm asking this question about the role of art in the face of climate breakdown. So I really, believe that art has a part to play. And this first part of my considerations might be sort of borderline incredibly simplistic, but I like to sort of break things down from the very kind of simple bits. I believe it has a role to play, not because I may foolishly think about it as any kind of quote solution. Obviously, nothing is. All of climate balance and justice responses will continue to feel to us, at least in the short term, like countless situated, interconnected micro responses that might work. And if we think about sort of what systems theoreticians tend to say about that anyways, any system that works or functions at scale begins as a much smaller prototype that then multiplies or scales up. And I think actually scaling up is an incredibly dangerous thing. But nevertheless, any system that works at scale begins as a smaller system. So having spent some time working in collaboration with organizations and individuals who focus on the environment, I realized that the expectations of what art can do tend to be high, but actually pretty vague. And they also tend to remain quite narrowly focused on one particular role that art can play of what I think are many. So in most cases, art, or maybe even the arts at large, are thought of under the general and somewhat elusive notion of making data intelligible or beautiful or powerful, or at any rate kind of enfleshed. We talk about spreading awareness as if public understanding of science could make these giant hegemonic and interconnected systems make some kind of instant U-turn on almost everything, which is pretty much what we need right about now. So since then, spending all this time sort of mostly outside of the art context, but talking about art, I've started to pull together ideas around what art is for, what it's perceived to be for, what it can do, and how it can focus its efforts towards environmental responsibility. And as a kind of direct consequence of that, what kind of organizational structures and institutions can support that kind of work. So beginning from that very sort of direct idea of art as public awareness or as mobilization, how to make the complex sensible. So we might be thinking about questions around public engagement or public dissemination. In that case, our sort of measuring tools might be how many people does this work reach. We might think about simplifying what is scientific or complex data and to that end, we might ask a question such as, well, how much public understanding has this piece of this kind of cultural artifact contributed towards reaching? Or we might be thinking about something much more emotional, like mobilizing hearts and soul. And in that case, the measurements are actually kind of vague. And the question that sort of remains burning after that is, what is the follow-up? What happens after you've moved someone to tears about environmental injustice, for example? What's at stake in that moment of interaction? Now, I'm about to cite only works that I've been involved with or am involved with at the moment. And so in terms of kind of public mobilization and mobilizing hearts and souls, I obviously can immediately cite the work of Rugile Barzukaite, Vaiva Grainiti and Dina Lapalita, which was presented as the Lithuanian Pavilion at the Venice Biennale in 2019. It's an opera. The singers are these beachgoers. You watch the opera from above as though you were kind of looking somewhere between the sort of Google satellite and being down at stage level. You're watching this and these songs from the cast members, from the characters, unfolding as they perform what is actually a ritual of a kind of everyday life, not for everybody, but a kind of everyday life. And as their mundane and almost unworthy of notice thoughts and conversations and discussions emerge as song, something much more unifying and much more subtle emerges, which is some kind of occasional perception of some kind of climate disturbance. And then very quickly the characters return to their own activities. And so at the time I interpreted this, and I don't have time to go into how I interpret it today, but at the time I interpreted this as a piece that brought very much to some kind of enfleshed understanding the cognitive incapacity that we have to wrap our heads around something as vast and as distributed and as unequally distributed as the climate crisis. Another form of art as mobilization, and here we sort of shift what public is the notion of art participating in forms of grassroots resistance and self-organization. I'm citing here the Caribbean Film Collective because although the sort of output of this 35 strong collective, all members but one Aboriginal Australians from the Northern Territory, even though the sort of direct output with which we as an art kind of environment interact the most is the commission of a series of films, those films themselves are part of a process that has to do with reclaiming forms of land and forms of belonging and forms of ancestral presence that have been threatened, eradicated, and impinged upon in violent ways by the settler colonial state. I will get to that later, actually. Another way of looking at forms of art and their relationship to climate breakdown is this question of the prototype. Over the decades, many experiments have indeed begun and flourished, sheltered by a kind of art context that, unlike the frameworks of current scientific research, allowed them to wander into an endeavor without the necessary notion of the expected end result, which is one of the things that scientists tend to complain about needing to have in order to secure funding often, or even experiments that are allowed to fail, which is an incredibly important thing to actually be able to do and recognize. And so one of the great privileges of the artistic umbrella is that it affords all kinds of possibilities under a set of parameters that is fairly undefined and thusly fairly flexible. And I am not saying that there are no gatekeepers, because there are plenty. But another thing that working as art can do in this context, which can be quite useful in places, is to pass as art. That is to say, to leverage those points of access, of connection, and of agency that any creative field might have that might be different to those available to scientific or political or activist or advocacy organizations towards a common set of goals. The idea here is that by identifying something as an artwork, you may not undertake the same trajectory from concept to funding to delivery that other fields might have at their disposal. And in a kind of moment of trying many things and seeing what sticks and seeing what works, then why not try that too? So I'm mentioning here cooking sections work, spatial practitioners, and the work Climavore really seeks to think about our consumption of food as part of a kind of circular and regenerative methodology for producing and consuming food, and really think about how can we sort of both react to a changing climate, but also by changing our food habits actually positively impact certain kinds of landscapes. And you're looking here at an oyster table full of filter feeders in tidal zones on the Isle of Skye, where the artists are working with chefs, with local salmon farmers, with local politicians and local stakeholders to see if the economy of the entire Isle of Skye, or the sort of the functioning of the entire Isle of Skye, might be able to be pivoted away from very climate intensive salmon farming and fish farming through to the kinds of farming that actually functions as carbon sinks, as filter feeders tend to clean up polluted waters and so on. Another prototype that we can look at is sort of art organization in the shape of a kind of para-institutional project. Here, Fernando Garcia Dori's Inland, which really looks very systemically and systematically at the workings of the art environment in order to leverage that and leverage support towards supporting pastoralist cultures of the north of Spain and elsewhere. Then we come to something a little bit more sort of fuzzy, I suppose, art for deep time. In this case, it's a little bit more about how we participate in shaping minds of the future through culture at large, how we might speculate and dreams, and what visions do we birth in that relationship. I am reminded of a conversation that I had with a colleague in which we had a slight disagreement as to whether science fiction writers predicted the way that technology would look like today, or rather whether technology in the shape it is today was created and designed by a number of very sort of plastic brains at the time of reading, which is children, right? So it's really in this kind of production of imaginations and this plurality of imaginations that we also have to remember that the intergenerational relationships that then might worlds somewhere in the future might be at stake as well. And then I suppose that might be a kind of message in a bottle towards the future, but then we also can look at the deep past. So I've spoken before of the correlation between passages in the Song of Songs, for example, or in Sumerian poetry, and the transmission of human to human knowledge around human date palm fertilization processes, the backbone of Mesopotamian civilizations for millennia. So Sumerian, ancient Greek poetry, and so many others, but just to name two examples, figure, if you read them and decode them under that standpoint, as memory palaces for agricultural and pre-agricultural knowledge. And all of a sudden, that made me really interested in the relation between what we deem as abstraction, so ritual, myth, poetry, art, visual art, the performative arts, and so on, and the material. Sort of material embodied, tangible, ontological things. What is the relationship that binds these? This abstraction that emerges over deep time, and then this material, physical actuality that we experience phenomenologically as we experience the seasons, the growth of plants, or disturbances in the climate. And the hypothesis here is that the arts have always held the deep time cultural memory of our relationship with the planet. Of our relationship with one another and with more than human beings. And if we fast forward to the 80s and 90s and we think about experiments in long-term nuclear waste warning messages, we see the sort of emergence of these hybrid groups of researchers that are trying to think, how do you encode the knowledge across deep time, 10,000 years from now, that this particular site holds nuclear waste underfoot. And you see this really interesting emergence of a group of semioticians and anthropologists who actually suggest oral history and oral tradition. And so one of the questions here, and something that I'm really sort of working on at the moment, really has to do with whether we may kind of make a slight error in imagining technology as something encoded in hardware, and then spend all this time and money kind of creating smaller and more and faster hardware, when actually, whilst actually at the same time forgetting that art in its most expanded sense, including ritual, may have been actually the most resilient technology that we may have ever known how to come up with. And if we fast forward again, another work that I'm involved with is not an artwork. Tabitha Rezer is very keen on repeating this. Tabitha is an artist. Amakaba will be a center for the sort of preservation and experiencing of ancestral knowledge around the earth, food, the sky, and astrology and astronomy sited in the forests of French Guiana. So what is then the work? What is the work? I'm a curator. What is the work? I suppose my work, or the sort of my self-imposed homework, is about trying to find these organizational structures, these institutional and networked contexts that can support these different kinds of art and planet by being as adherent as possible to the necessities of the projects themselves. And I'm showing two really random images about trees here, also to make the point that so to sort of briefly speak about the General Ecology Project, which was founded about 3 years ago in quite a biomorphic kind of way, to try and think about a forest in a tree in a forest system. So a project that manifests the sort of discursive flourishing of questions around environmental justice and balance, the commissioning of artworks around it, the sort of development of programs around it, whilst at the same time using that very sort of public end of it to simultaneously try to embed, and this is much slower work and it's by no means completed, to embed within the infrastructural roots, I suppose, of an organization. It happened to be the Serpentine, but it was a prototype for anywhere else, into the roots of an organization, different ways of working, different ways of relating ourselves to our sense of the institution, to its own sense of purpose, its own sense of mission, the way that it assesses its impact, the way that it measures it. And then in a forest system, because in order to do that, it could not remain within the confines of the institution itself, the field of art, and had to become more dependent and interdependent on the kinds of knowledges and skills and time and care that are afforded by other disciplines. And the tree in the gutter on the side is a sort of nod to the emergence of these things in disturbed landscapes and disturbed environments. And so some kind of, I suppose, active but hopeful but active notion that that work can and could be undertaken in compromised places too. And then to conclude, well, these are just some images from a symposium series and research project on more than human consciousness that Filipa Ramos and I have been curating for about 3 years. And these are just some images from various outputs of the General Ecology Project. The one in the center you see Zelicha presenting an artwork in the context of the environmental organization Julie's Bicycles, a yearly climate conference. So there's also been quite a lot of sort of skills, exchange of skills and exchange of, I suppose, in-kind professional services across all these different organizations. So to conclude, I'm currently also working on Back to Earth, which is an initiative in which we invited kind of a excessive number of artists to propose an artwork that was also simultaneously an environmental campaign or initiative or prototype or intervention. And we began by mapping it on something like this, like what is the relationship of this particular project or proposal to the necessity for it to be visible? Or how much does it dedicate itself to systems in such a way that it is better for it to exist in a much more invisible infrastructural way? What does it ask of the audiences? Does it ask for awareness and that's it? Does it ask for some kind of participation? And then that map became a little bit maybe too simple, or maybe not. It stopped mapping itself onto the work that we've been doing. And we started to think of it as public systems, places, and speculations. And I will just conclude on these 4 kind of driving vectors for us. Publics are the sort of definitely the initiatives and the campaigns that look for some kind of public awareness. And we've tried to weave in certain kinds of inter-organizational collaborations that also allow for us to turn that awareness into forms of donation or into kind of very quick follow-up action. Systems are those initiatives, artworks, and campaigns that really want to dedicate themselves to changing a piece of policy or a piece of some kind of infrastructure or something in the curriculum or something like this. And those works are, slow, often invisible, and kind of long running. And success is by no means guaranteed, but we're trying everything possible. Places are campaigns and initiatives that actually already have a sense of their own situatedness, and that, much like Amakaba of Tabita Reserve before, or the art residency for ancestors that Caribbean Film Collective is developing, really look at citing themselves into a practice and a process of care for place, for country. And then finally, speculations are those kinds of works that, whether by sort of pointing towards the deep past or pointing towards some kind of deep future, imagine sort of a differential relationship with justice, with balance, with the environment, and with more than human species. I believe that was all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. I'll see you in the discussion. Rounding off the presentation of panel 2, titled Toward Ecologies of Art and Curating, is Elke Krasny with Ecologies of Curating. Elke Krasny is Professor for Art and Education and Head of the Department of Education in the Arts at the Academy of Fine Arts, Vienna. Krasny's work explores questions of care at the present historical conjuncture, with a focus on emancipatory and transformative practices in art, curating, architecture, and urbanism. The 2019 exhibition and edited volume, Critical Care, Architecture and Urbanism for a Broken Planet, curated and edited together with Angelika Fitz, introduces a care perspective in architecture that addresses the Anthropocenic conditions of the global present. Elke, take it away.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction. And I want to particularly thank Urška Jurman for putting together not only the conference, but also workshops before the conference that were titled Ecologies of Curating, which are actually my subject today. And I will report from these 2 workshops that were attended and became very lively think shops rather than workshops. Many of the things that I will be sharing with you will resonate closely with other things we already heard before. So ecologies of curating for these 2 workshops were understood both as a mode of inquiry, a way of asking, but also as a way of thinking and maybe dreaming and speculating about different forms of practice. So they bring together an analytical perspective, but also an introduction to how working differently is always part of what curating does. And the title itself, Ecologies of Curating, was motivated by moving beyond of the economies of representation and many forms of institutional critique that have for a very long time dominated critical curatorial discourse and maybe prevented looking at ecology much earlier. So with economy taking the lead and also questions of value and representation, there was much less concern on what ecologies within curating actually mean and are and how they materialize. And of course, if we look at museums' histories, it's not only about representing the history of colonial violence, brutality, and extraction, but it's also very necessary to understand how curating is fully implicated in the history of modernity, which is the history of the Anthropocene, which started, as we heard today, in 1492. This is one of the ways how dating has been performed in the past. And in order to very briefly introduce what Urška and I discussed before preparing the two workshops, there is one much quoted quote by Anna Singh in her lecture, and then a journal article, Earthstock by Man, published in 2016, where she speaks about the condition of our historical conjuncture, marked by too rapid climate change, massive extinctions, acidification, slow decaying pollutants, and freshwater contamination as we experience and live through critical ecosystem transitions. Industrialization, Singh writes, has proved far more deadly to life on Earth than its designers might ever have dreamed. And one of the images that helps to think about the condition we find ourselves in at the crossing of multiple crises that lead to lasting catastrophe is this image taken in 2015 during the UN Climate Summit, where because of the terror attacks, demonstrations were forbidden. And what I like about the image is that even though bodies couldn't come together in public space in order to demonstrate and manifest for their cause, there was nonetheless a form of political and civic agency that resulted in an image for this agency. And so cutting through the impossibility is one thing that one might take away from such an image in order to move toward ecologies of curating in a different way. In preparing for the symposium and instigating a longer conversation on the entanglements, complexities, and responsibilities around ecologies of curating, my dear friend Urška Jurman brought together a group of thinker practitioners who work within the challenges of curating differently in a world where there are no natural disasters, but where all disasters, crises, and catastrophes are man-made. Amidst the anthropogenic ruination, there is among the people that Urška brought together insistence on working for flourishing and repair for healing human and more than human relations. And here you can see the names of the 12 thinker practitioners who came together for a period of 2 times 2 hours on the technological video conferencing we are also using today on Zoom. Together with Rosario Talebi, Nicola Fowkes, Esther Erdősi, Gabi Scardi, Ines Moreira, Inga Lasse, Julia Strauss, Jasmin Vodopivec, Daria Bocharnikova, Raluca Voinea, and Breda Kola-Sluga, we had 2 think shops to move the field of curating within the complexities of environmental catastrophe and compulsory neoliberalism toward more caring practices. So we started the first workshop with a very broad question that was given to each one of the participants. How do you define ecologies of curating? And how do you think, feel, work within ecologies of curating? Ecologies, as we all know, are systems of relationships, and they are understood here as relationships between living and non-living entities. But ecologies are also the study of said relationships. So bringing ecologies as a study to curating is a way of understanding differently what the constellations that curators create or bring together could be when understood as ecologically working, active, performative. What forms part of such ecologies of curating was a question we addressed in the first workshop. Infrastructures, resources, institutions, living and non-living beings, artworks, urban environments, post-industrial ruins, plants, animals, thoughts, feelings, speculations, fabulations, fictions, dreams, and so forth, and so on and so forth. We might want to say that what the list here indicates is maybe a form of environmental materialism. So moving historical Marxian, Marxist materialism towards thinking ecologies of curating through a lens of environmental materialism and beyond. And what are artistic practices and curatorial approaches? You know, that was one of the questions we asked of the participants, that go beyond the representational gestures of showing fragile, endangered, ruined ecologies, that move actually beyond representing and instigate doing, work with doings. And this question was supplemented by the question which theorists are relevant to thinking and practicing ecologies of curating. And then from this first workshop, there was a first kind of outcome with 4 main themes that the participants defined in their conversations in the breakout rooms. And I will report the 4 main themes that came out and which we identified as themes to be worked on collaboratively in the future, but also, of course, moving the curatorial practices further away from museum institutions without opening up a new dichotomy that would say the outdoors then has to be brought back to the indoors. So curating in the outdoors, bringing together notions of landscapes, lawscapes, wildscapes, and heritage. And the questions that the practitioners worked with in the conversations during this workshop in this particular subgroup was, are there specific landscapes you would like to engage with? What would you like to contribute to the outdoors by way of curating? How is curating in the outdoors different from museum and exhibition curating? And what kind of change would you like to see happen? And one of the quotes that that we use to think with in this question of curating in the outdoors is by Jack Halberstam from the book Wild Things, published in 2020. However, we must not imagine that the wild is ours to discover or rediscover. We should resist the temptation to believe that it once existed and now has gone. And we must find a way around the treacherous binary logics that set the wild in opposition to the modern, the civilized, the cultivated, and the real. The second question, thematic that emerged from the first workshop was curating as caring with and thinking with animals, which is actually, like the first question, very complex and really difficult to think in practical terms. Historically, animals have been entered into the museum and museum collections, as we all know, as dead animals, as objects to be studied and looked at. During the period of colonial capitalism and imperial patriarchy, animals were rendered still life as part of the landscape and as part of the domestic interior. So knowing that this is part of the complex legacies of curating, how to move beyond by acknowledging the within and the implications. So how to reorient animal-human relations. How does curating as thinking with animals relate to the animal rights movement was one of the questions addressed here. and also the question, which artists would you like to work with to contribute to caring for, but also caring with animals, without, of course, moving toward the very difficult notion of ecosystem services, which has entered the discussion most recently. And the quote we used in this group was the 2012 quote by Mel Wai Chen from the book Animesis. What happens when animals appear on human landscapes? In spite of their regular co-occurrence with humans, non-human animals are typologically situated elsewhere from humans, as in the linguistic concept of an animacy hierarchy, a scale of relative sentience that places humans at the top. This presumed superiority of humans is itself duratively supported and legitimated by the modern states in a transnational system of agricultural capital. And what we may want to think of here when we look at the definition of curating in etymological and historical terms is that the person who was in charge of a zoo was historically also referred to as a curator, which gives much food for thought and future practice. The third thematic that emerged was rural curating, even though the three people who were in this group were not so happy with the terminology of rural curating and very much questioned it as a new dichotomy. So also here maybe more about urban curating, or a new hybrid form that brings the rural and the urban together. But the subtitle was appreciated by the group, Connecting Living to Working and the Social to the Ecological. And it had come out of discussions in the first workshop, but people mentioned that they actually wanted to relocate, to move to what is called the country or the countryside, in order to bring ecological and social practices closer together, to make them not one, but to not separate them from each other. So questions dealt with here were the following. What kind of curatorial practices do you envision for rural curating? Whom do you want to bring together and connect with each other? Where would you like to relocate to? And which inspiring examples to learn from can you think of? So the rural wasn't thought of here as a site of retreat or a site of getting away from something, but as a site to get into something. And the example that was given here was a practice by My Villages, founded by three artists, Katrin Böhm, Wapke Veenstra, and Antje Schiffers, in 2003. And this group of artists advocates for a new understanding of the rural as a place of and for cultural production. My Village's work addresses the relationship between the rural and the urban, looking at different forms of production, preconceptions, and power relationships, whilst passionately questioning the cultural hegemony of the urban. The collective is involved in cooperative projects in various villages and landscapes around the world with the aim to bring a new dynamism to solidified notions of local resources and production, agriculture and culture, internal and external perception, which is a quote lifted from their website. And the fourth and last group brought to the second workshop the thematic of what would an eco-charter or an eco-declaration for museum and curatorial practice look like? And so hints that were provided here are prompts to think with that I put together in preparation was here not one quote, but links to different agendas, declarations, the language of policy, if you will. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Earth Charter, Green Museums Accord, the Green Office Movement, which is part of the Sustainable University movement, and also the Sustainable Museums Net, to name just a few. And so this subgroup worked on the language of a declaration or a charter, And how does the charter connect practice-based curatorial knowledge and the thought and language of policy was the question given here. What other declarations come to mind on which you can build? And how are you going to organize, strategize, and mobilize around such an eco-charter for museums and curating? And so in coming to a conclusion, I want to share with you the image, which is also the image behind me. It's a photograph taken in 2016 in the city where I live, in Vienna. And it's an image that comes out of my own curatorial and educational work. And in a way, it tells you a lot. When you look at it, you see something that you might want to refer to as an urban wilderness. A lot of people who have seen this as my backdrop have asked me if this is a landscape painting and who the painter is or was. You might read this as a serene landscape with people going for a stroll, engaging in walking or strollology. And what I want to get at is, in order to understand the ecologies and histories and material complexities and the urban violence of this site, you have to dig both deep and low. And in order to work curatorially with ecologies, there is a lot of research necessary. So when we think about this specific site, I'm looking at together with you here. On one hand, it's a contemporary urban transformation site, 25,000 hectares, one of the largest inner city urban transformation sites in Vienna that is currently being built up, with a higher density than other transformation sites, in order to keep a large expanse of this urban wilderness here, and to understand in policy terms how this is not going to be a conventional park, but an urban site that brings together both recreational use, leisure use, but also landscape protection. With protection close to rewilding, one of the policy approaches that many municipalities have started to use now. The other side of this story is the Holocaust history of this specific site. And I will now share one of the experiences when working with this site. The two architects who did the master plan, Dragojević and Fly, they hosted participatory workshops. And in one of the workshops, an older participant, an older female participant, said she had two concerns and two wishes. The first wish was that she wanted as much of this urban wilderness to remain here in the future because she liked to walk her dog here and she was happy that her dog could be off the leash. The second concern and wish was that she wanted her ancestors who had been deported here to Auschwitz from this, because this is a former train station, she wanted them honored in a dignified way, and she wanted them honored, period, because at the moment there is no memory that this is actually a site that was the site of using the train infrastructure by the Nazi regime as a deportation infrastructure. And so I'm bringing this together here in order to come back to the jointness of historical and environmental materialism, in understanding that the traumatic histories and the toxicity is both in the ground here, but also in the histories of ideologies around. And my last slide actually emphasizes what care theory emphasizes, to start with the given. So to start with the locally given, but also, of course, with the given in a planetary sense, by focusing on, and this is another key term in care theorization and practice, interdependence, in order, and we've heard a lot about chronopolitical reorientation and chronopolitics today, in order to think about the future as repairing the future. And with this, I want to stop, and we'll also stop the screen sharing.
Thank you, Elke. I will be shortly joined again by TJ, Maja and Reuben, Lucia, and Elke. I will just point out that we are live, so keep your eyes on your screens, but your fingers on your keyboards, and do type away comments, questions, and we'll try to integrate them in this follow-up discussion. So these were the presentations of panel 2 toward ecologies of art and curating, and I will begin with a short question to each of the presenters, and then we'll try to weave this into a patchwork, a radical care patchwork. Right. So TJ, you said in your speech you moved from mitigation to adaptation, and pointed out traditions of the oppressed and mobilizing locally. So here is my question, but at the same time you talked about, of course, futurisms and futurity. So adaptation, I sense a slight contradiction, or should I say tension between adaptation and futurisms or futurities. So to weave in quickly Benjamin Bratton's essay talking about for planetary governance, in which he says the name refers to the need to fundamentally transform Earth's cities, technologies, and ecosystems to ensure that the planet will be capable of supporting Earth-like life. Artificiality, astronomy, and automation form the basis of that alternative planetarity. For this, the question of governance, knowing, modeling, mobilization, regulation, distribution, enforcement comes to the fore. This determines how some futures might be prevented so that others can be composed and realized. Would you propose indigenous knowledge or raciality, gender, and so the traditions of the oppressed, to use a Benjaminian term, as key to planetary governance?
I would, and let me just clarify. I was mentioning that the transition within climate governance policymaking from mitigation to adaptation that's happening widely. It's been happening, for instance, at the UN climate summits for the last few years. And I find this politically fatalistic. So in other words, instead of attempting to address the causality of climate breakdown within forms of petrocapitalism or fossil fuel capitalism, people, policymakers, and negotiators are moving on to asking, how can we adapt? In other words, it's an accommodationist relation to fossil capital. Instead of attempting to commit to system change, we're agreeing to accommodate ourselves to climate change. This is a massive political failure. I don't think it's so much what Amitav Ghosh called a failure of the imagination. This is a failure of politics for me. So in terms of Bratton's approach, he's of course involved with the Strelka Institute in Moscow and the terraforming project. And from my analysis of that project, what it's proposing basically is a kind of technogenic future of automation where geotechnologies, including geoengineering, will provide solutions in advance of any form of geogovernance. And for me, I find this incredibly problematic and even a kind of recipe for fascism, a kind of authoritarianism of technology. So I think, for my analysis, that's the last thing that we need. Certainly we need system change. But I think what is so crucial about invoking indigenous approaches to environmental relationality, relations to the more than human world, is that it's based within long histories of climate justice struggles. And it's those struggles and the insistence on democracy, accountability, transparency, and responsibility. It's exactly this that the terraforming project of Bratton completely dismisses. And actually, if you read the terraforming document, he has nothing but contempt for climate justice struggles that he sees as getting in the way of a kind of climate realist approach to moving immediately toward adaptive technologies like geoengineering. And so this is, at one with the kind of approach of basically climate adaptation within the larger framework of capitalism. There's no political resistance. It's simply an attempt to narrowly define environmental solution so that we're adjusting decarbonization in the atmosphere and trying to slow down climate disruption, but do absolutely nothing to change the conditions of economic, social, and political inequality that we know has led to centuries of climate and also social injustice. So this is a real problem that I see, and an area where I think it's really necessary for us to address this and think about what climate justice really means. And for that, I think indigenous approaches like that of the Red Nation, these are crucial. So thanks for that question.
Tapping into panel one as well. So we've identified as deep time as something that should be rendered palpable and tangible. Awareness, mobilization around that, also speculation and spectrality of it all. And Maja and Reuben, you pointed out how the eco-triennial back in 1980 already addressed the failure of socialism to relate to environmental change and future catastrophe. So, and again, tapping into panel one, for those who are still with us, I will perhaps phrase the question through the matrix question. Apart from, would you like the blue pill or the red pill, is there a green pill that kind of leapfrogs the two, the red and the red and the blue pill?
Okay, so
let's start. Thanks so much for the question or questions about the pills, also the history of the biennial or the triennial, which is something which is really important, which we tried to bring out also.
yeah, but we shouldn't be mistaken the history of actually existing socialism and its impacts on the environmental histories of the time, which is what we were referring to, and then make it equal to the potential of socialisms to deal with the environmental crisis. So we're making a distinction there, the actually existing socialist system that was there for half a century in a large part of the planet, and which had a very specific environmental policies which left a particular impact in the creation of the Anthropocene as we know it, and it's not always acknowledged because sometimes it's simply taken as another form of capitalism, since it was a growth-oriented economic system as well, and extractivist and exploitative. But it is really interesting that imagining the end of capitalism, we can also look back at imagining the end of socialism as it existed. And actually the environmental crisis that it did produce, and this is where the Maribor Triennial addressed it very correctly, it's in the ignorance and the disregard to environmental cases, which produce extreme toxicity and pollution and extractivism and problems so acute, according to some historians. It was a trigger, and in many cases in Eastern Europe, it was a trigger to start the revolutionary movements and civil society movements in the 1980s to bring down them. So there are potential histories in the history of existing socialism which could help imagine the futurist socialisms that may come as well in terms of where we are now. I don't know if this is a green pill or red pill or blue pill, however you want to interpret it.
And maybe also just to say a word to continue about the conversation about adaptation, also in response to what TJ was saying just a moment before, and that question of adaptation, whether that, just wonder whether that is always and automatically has to mean adaptation through the current system of technology and this technoscientific way, or whether just thinking about how do we adapt to climate change, to the extremities of climate change, can also, in some cases, lead to a more systematic view of transformation. I mean, just take the example of agriculture. You know, if you realize that, you know, as Jason Moore also pointed out, that climate change limits to capitalism and, for example, to the model of industrial agriculture based on geoengineered crops and chemical input, then adapting to that may also be a way of leading you back to more traditional approaches in terms of caring for the soil, looking at indigenous ways of being more connected to the soil and so on. There may also be a route through thinking about climate adaptation to a radical transformation as well. And also, if you think about the sources of adaptation, people can also have looked, for example, at indigenous technologies or other kinds of technologies. It could be about kind of expanding the idea of technology. When you say technology, not necessarily just give it in terms of what we commonly assume to be technology, which is a certain kind of technology, but also a broader understanding, which also includes indigenous forms of architectures, but also ways of taking to the soil, of energy use and so on. So just to maybe that bigger question, quite an interesting one, can also be quite productive as well.
I like how we're moving away from what might be perhaps a cynical reproach to some of the art and or curating and its treatment of the environment as nostalgia for the past, or maybe even nostalgia for the present, or God forbid, nostalgia for the future. Lucia, you've drawn a brilliant strategic map of how to approach these issues. So I would just like you to kind of elaborate. I saw the book there, More Than Human. If you could, since we're talking about all of these deep things, deep stuff, if you could elaborate on deep future as a more than human future, like a post-anthropocentric, post-anthropocenic future.
Thank you for the question. It's a tough question. I have the book as like a real life PowerPoint right here. Well, I can tell you what the sort of more than human research has been up to this point. We started, Philippa and I started from thinking about the differential interpretations that would open themselves up if we looked from a non-necessarily anthropocentric perspective at the circle of sand made by a pufferfish at the bottom of the ocean. And by just kind of shifting slightly the coordinates of the interpretive movement, that led us to think about a series of convenings and gatherings that would try to think about the kind of initial premise was consciousness as a more than human thing. But in the actuality of it, it actually just convening by convening, gathering by gathering, and sort of started to unpick assumptions that go with a certain kind of anthropocentrism. A few things emerged that I think point towards the future and point towards your question as part of this. Firstly, a very important thing, which is that anthropocentrism is not actually the centrality of the human subject, but the centrality of a very specific human subject who self-defined as a very specific point of the Enlightenment, and that the ontological reality of Enlightenment, of the abstraction that was Enlightenment thought, was the extractive relationship of there was like an ontological counterpoint that funded the Renaissance in the shape of the sort of genocide of indigenous peoples and extraction of gold from South America. And that went with the enslavement of people, and it went with the development of financial capitalism. So all of these things are kind of connected in a sort of, the metaphor and the material of it are connected. And they lead to a notion of anthropocentrism that is actually, you know, profoundly unjust, kind of at the root of it. But the second thing that also emerged is this is slightly more maybe poetic, but was this idea that that because of this tendency that we have to create, to sort of define things in the image, in our own image, and you know, it doesn't take a sort of, you don't need anyone to tell you that God is not an old white man with a beard, but that may have led us to define things like love, like generosity, like consciousness, like intelligence, like divinity, and all of those things in the images in which we as humans experience it, as opposed to thinking of the human version of those things being emergences out of a complex, messy, more than human, entangled kind of sort of soup. And so I suppose the paradigmatic shift that it points towards in the future is one that simultaneously tries to unfix this very specific anthropocentrism and reattach whilst reattaching everything to a kind of more than human relational, and therefore sort of a relational existence, and therefore a set of responsibilities, accountabilities, necessities for mutualities and reciprocities and so on.
I'll move to Elke for a quick question, and then please feel free to riff off what's been said. I will also try to entangle the chat, the web chat. So Elke, locality, mobilizing locality. I'll perhaps paraphrase Joseph Beuys's everyone is an artist to everyone is an artist, a curator, a researcher, a designer, a programmer, a technologist, and so on. Would this locality, extension of such a locality, perhaps produce a good model of planetary governance? Because we don't have time, that's my point. We're talking about deep time, of course, but if we think of 2030 and 2050, we don't have time for the deep time to sink in, so then we can, you know, accelerate.
I think it's a really interesting question, whom we quote. I mean, whom do we quote into existence? And who is our ancestor? So I would never quote Beuys. And I think we were at this question before. So who are the allies, and who are the ones who allow us to be allies with them? And I think this is the most complex question to ask. How can we build these allyships locally and translocally, and understand? So Tiche was speaking a lot how to build relations and relationships with indigenous activism, but also others spoke about indigenous cosmologies and ontologies. And how do we do this today? So me as a white person living in Central Europe, with the kind of approach that will actually come with all people's attachments, and then move to something that goes beyond that. And so I guess I'm trying to say Beuys is not there.
Do you want to, I mean, you can engage if you want before I turn to the chat. All right, I'll turn to the chat.
Only to pay homage to all of the presentations. Thank you for sharing this time, because it was really a joy to listen.
So Luka Omladič, a speaker from panel 1, has the following question. So is it possible that aestheticizing ecological loss becomes harmful for environmental efforts. Reuben, I see you. Speak up.
Well, just because the reference to ecological loss makes me think about what we were presenting about the glaciers, because that really is the, we're dealing. If you think about particularly the situation with the cryosphere and with the melting of ice, it's a situation where there isn't actually that much that can be done. Because these things are melting, and it's already so built into the carbon emissions are already going to play out over the next 50 years or so, that for most, which are also natural entities in their own right, there's basically either gone or on their way, and that it is one of these real tragedies. It's part of the kind of mass extinction. Okay, it's a mass extinction of species. It's also an of landscape and complex ecosystems, and that such as glass are also being directly affected by climate change. So then you have the question: how should artists respond to that? And maybe that isn't a point when you're dealing with a glacier, which is also obviously the starting point for this eco-triennial edition of the eco-triennial. If you're dealing with the glacier, you can't really, not really a model that you can propose be scaled up in terms of trying to save the glacier, apart from trying to change the whole system that we're in, really radically, really quickly. There's nothing that can be done, just like you put white cloths over the glacier to save it from rising temperatures, so that there's no sort of model. And so what can artists do? And what I think we were trying to point to is the way that artists are trying to deal with that grief, and also to kind of express something towards something that we're causing, that humanity, or the Western version of humanity is inflicting and is continuing to inflict on these natural entities on the glaciers. So by creating some kinds of rituals or ceremonies for helping people to understand what's happening, and also directing it towards the glacier itself, to maybe expressing some kind of acknowledging responsibility for what's happened. And I suppose the only way forward then is that could actually be a spur to other aspects of the ecological crisis. Might be a chance to do something to turn that into something which could be more effective, where things still can be changed. So that's the kind of interesting point. But if the question of aestheticizing, I mean, the practice, I'm not sure exactly what the questioner is thinking of, because although some of the practice, they're quite nice images, they're not really about aestheticizing as such. They're really about rituals. They're kind of research-based practices, which are about really, engaging with communities, working with people to try and understand what's happening. And they're not really kind of about producing a sort of aestheticizing situation or experience or object as such.
Can I jump in there quickly?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, just to say that it really depends on how you define aesthetics, right? Whether to aestheticize is a mode of beautification according to classical Western Enlightenment approaches to aesthetics, or whether it's alternately something that's deeply entangled with politics in terms of bringing visibility to different ways of living. And I think that latter approach to aesthetics can be really something that's deeply needed these days, especially if we can talk about bringing visibility and new perceptual approaches to thinking complexly about the relation between mitigation and adaptation, as Reuben I think was alluding to before, which I would agree with, or whether aesthetics can bring visibility and forms of effective power to ethical and political relationships, like allyship, or of forms of solidarity, or whether aesthetics can bring visibility to ways of transforming our institutions, so that our institutions themselves, including within the arts, are not continuing to be beholden to forms of neoliberal capitalism that we know is responsible largely for environmental breakdown. So I think aesthetics, if we can, this is really the challenge of thinking, writing, and teaching about aesthetics to prevent it from being, enclosed within a very limiting and superficial understanding of our relationship to the multi-sensory experience. So I think thinking about aesthetics and its relationship to bringing visibility to like structural analysis of the challenges of climate breakdown under fossil, racial, and colonial capitalism is exactly what we need to be thinking about and looking at.
Lucia?
I agree.
Great, I like this governance panel here. I think we would come far. Okay, let me see. All right, so Bojana, Iris, Kos, Grabar, and this goes to everyone on the panel. How do you understand radical? So what's radical? Elke, maybe?
I'll start out just because I tried to define that in my presentation. I'm thinking about radical in an ecological sense, where radical means, again, going to the roots of things in terms of the connectivity within the web of life that we can find if we think literally about like mycorrhizal networks that connects trees underground in relationship to bacteria and fungi. That's a classic kind of ecological approach to the radical, which is similar to the rhizome and these networks of connectivity that are biological and geological, within the physical realm. But then there's also radical within a political economy, or political ecology, where radical means, for me, and for many other people, it means going to the structural conditions of how our forms of life are organized politically, economically, technologically. So radical would, in that sense, necessarily involve thinking about how to completely transform those structural conditions so that we can escape from this suicidal cycle of climate breakdown. So ultimately, radical in that sense has to involve a structural critique of forms of capitalism, forms of racism, and forms of colonialism in which we're entangled still to this day. So radical carries all of those different implications.
Okay.
I mean, I would agree with everything that was just said. I guess in historical terms, there are many different radical traditions. So it's important to say which one we are aligned with and which ones we hate and which ones we would never mention. It's not an innocent term. I mean, there's radical people everywhere, and there is people who claim radicality for their very different purposes. So there are traditions of radical feminism that I feel aligned with. And then there are many other radical traditions that are toxic and harmful and useless. I think the question of going to the root of things, so going deeper and unearthing why things are wrong is what I would provide as a most basic approach or definition.
And all this on the centenary of the one who we shall not name. Lucia?
I hate being the one who goes, I have nothing to add. But truly, I mean, I think sort of bringing what I'd be interested in kind of thinking about, and can't right now, but would be like, what would bringing back the mycorrhizal, the root work, and the actual fact of the way that roots work into a sort of politically radical environment demand of that very environment. So what kind of reknitting and strategic kind of alliances and what kind of other ways of being would be called upon by linking those two things closer together, I think is a really interesting challenge to pose oneself within a kind of radical framework, radical political framework. And indeed is being done.
Maja, Reuben?
I tend to agree with Elke in terms of thinking that we live through in extremely radical times. And there's radicalism constant, online, offline, as we move. We encounter radicalism of all kinds, especially the toxic radicalisms which are arising from many current political situations across the globe. And this is something we feel on our skin. So when we think about radicalism, we kind of often think of it in very idealistic terms of like going to roots and being really radical and, you know, situated radicalisms, which can make better and change to better. But what we are actually encountering is this kind of, or what is prevalent at the moment is this kind of other kind of radicalisms, which we kind of tend to overlook. But this is what we really, especially across the region, I would say, and online as well. And this is something that is very, very toxic and very present.
Elke?
I think it's interesting to think about words that don't sit so well with radical. So I was just thinking about radical peace, and it's not something I would say very often. So there was radical peace being made, and so I guess I'm trying to ask, where is radical not useful, or where have we not yet learned to understand a condition as radical, that radical repair, radical. So I think there are many humble or complex conditions that haven't been associated with radicality, and maybe we need to think about why they have remained outside of radical imaginary to a degree. Maybe I'm totally wrong, just thinking out loud.
Reuben?
People sometimes talk about radical care. So Elke, that would be an example of that, where people are putting together care and the radical, which would somehow, but don't necessarily go together, but could actually suggest something new, and maybe kind of temper maybe the little bit the forcefulness of radicality, which doesn't always sit with this kind of more cooperative sense of roots, also like sharing and cooperation and so on. The radicality maybe is a bit of an edgy term, so maybe like by pairing it with something like care, like radical care, can soften it a little bit and make it more useful.
Well, TJ Demos, Lucia Pietroiusti, Elke Krasny, Maja and Reuben Fowkes, a radical thank you from my end. This has been panel 2 of a Letter to the Future toward Radical and Creative Ecologies conference, part of the ECO8 International Triennial of Art and Environment. A big thank you as well to our speakers before. At panel 1, Andri, Snær, Magnason, Marjetica, Potrč, and Luka, Omladič. Thank you also in the web chat for participating with comments and questions, and of course for watching. This is what the Letter to the Future by Andri, Snær, Magnason says. Ecologies is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all of our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. Well, let's see if there isn't, in the end, a planet where all of this, what we're doing now, including our species, is just pure archaeology. Until next time, keep safe and take care.